Chapter 1371. Chung Chumo and the others, who had the most explosive tempers, couldn't wait any longer. At this moment, they were eager to try. If Nyo Jinda nodded, they would instantly rush out. But Nyo Jinda actually couldn't wait any longer. After all, Zhang Feng was his family's savior. But it was also because of this that he was even more calm. Everything that Zhang Feng had done before, which one of them was methodical? Although Li Chengqian's words were very correct, as long as he exposed his identity or used other methods to stop Zhang Feng, today's matter would be temporarily resolved. But he knew that although this matter could be forcefully suppressed today, gossip was a fearful thing. Otherwise, old man Yuqi, who was hiding in the dark, would have already made his move. Why wait until now? Young Master Li, let's wait first. Feng Zi naturally has his own way of dealing with this. Nyo Jinda finally said. Especially the three words, young Master Li. Li Chengqian's eyes were scarlet red as he stared at Zhang Feng, somewhat unable to control his emotions. Nyo Jinda. This prince orders you to quickly kill these people for this prince. This prince will bear the consequences alone. Li Chengqian. Nyo Jinda finally exploded. With a gloomy face, he shouted in a low voice. Do you still remember what your father said? Without the emperor's decree, no one is allowed to expose their identity. Have you thought about the consequences if your identity is really exposed today? The emperor and the crown prince are personally cultivating their own forces in Mount E. If this were to spread, it would cause unrest in the entire imperial court. Have you thought about this? Moreover, the emperor should already know about the current situation. The emperor didn't send an order, which means that the emperor wants Feng Zi to deal with it himself. Also, do you see the person lying there? Yesterday, he was still one of you, and also Feng Zi's brother. Have you thought about what Feng Zi would think if we were to interfere? While speaking, Nyo Jinda kneeled on one knee and cupped his fist, solemnly saying, Your Highness, please calm down. While speaking, Nyo Jinda looked around. Wei Shuyu and the others all knelt down in shock. Your Highness, please calm down. All of this was short-lived, and everyone was talking in low voices. Coupled with the noise at this time, everyone was attracted by Zhang Feng, so no one noticed. But so what if they did notice? Li Chengqian was the son of the second master Lao Li that the emperor made up. He was also the second shopkeeper of the Li Chamber of Commerce. It was natural for them to kneel. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't attract too much attention. At this moment his chest was still heaving up and down. However, when he heard the word emperor, he slowly relaxed, but his eyes were still fixed on Zhang Feng. At this moment, after discussing with the other families, the young man surnamed Tang said with a fake smile, Prince Zhang, President Zhang, we really don't know about today's matter, and we don't know the cause. But we do know that the cause is whether the phosphate fertilizer is poisonous or not. As long as Prince Zhang can prove that it's not poisonous, then today's matter will be easy to deal with. Zhang Feng was so angry that he laughed. He faintly grinned, revealing his white teeth, and asked, Then in your opinion, what should I do? What if I don't agree? The young man surnamed Tang spread out his hands and said, If Prince Zhang doesn't take it out, then there's nothing we can do. Just now, we saw clearly that these soldiers, as well as the people from the Prince Zhang Academy, killed people in public. According to the laws of the Tang dynasty, those who kill should be killed. Even if Prince Zhang doesn't know about this, I'm afraid that Prince Zhang and his family will be banished to the frontier and will never be able to go back to the capital. If Prince Zhang really takes out the evidence, then we will definitely dissuade all of this and announce to the world that these are all rumors. Zhang Feng heard this and couldn't help but laugh. Yu Shernan and the others couldn't hold it in anymore. They all denounced the young man surnamed Tang and the others. Jia Eru even brandished his sword and was about to chop them down. But in the end, they were all stopped by Zhang Feng. If Gao Can hadn't stopped them, the young man surnamed Tang might have been killed on the spot. The young man surnamed Tang and the others saw Zhang Feng's reaction and couldn't figure out what Zhang Feng was thinking. They hurriedly said, Zhang Feng, you have to think it through clearly. Even though you're a Viscount and the Chancellor of White Deer Academy, you're still young in the end. Moreover, your position is too low. All of us are important officials in the court, so you have to think it through. Zhang Feng stopped laughing. Instead, his expression gradually turned cold. He stared coldly at the young man surnamed Tang and said indifferently, "Do you think you're worthy?" "You." The young man surnamed Tang's expression suddenly changed. He said in an extremely cold voice, "You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Good, very good. We won't interfere in today's matter. And we will truthfully report everything you've done today to the Emperor." Wait. Chapter 1372. At this moment, Shiva hurriedly squeezed forward. Zhang Feng was about to stop him, but Shiva winked at him to reassure him. Tang and the others were here for the phosphate fertilizer and other things. Now that someone had admitted defeat, and it was one of Zhang Feng's people, Zhang Feng did not stop him. He seemed to think that Zhang Feng had admitted defeat only because of his reputation. That was why he called for a scapegoat. However, Shiva's action shocked Yu Shernan and the others. They hurriedly scolded him. "Shiva, back off. Don't speak nonsense. Shiva, this is not the place for you to mess around. Let Fengzi handle everything. Back off." At this moment, Li Chengqian and the others also rushed over and hurriedly dissuaded him. "Fengzi, if it's inconvenient for you, let me do it." "That's right, back off. Watch me tear this little bastard to shreds." "Fengzi, let me do it." However, Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, "Let him do it." Shiva was the prince of Zhenla. Zhang Feng was not worried about his eloquence. As for Li Chengqian, he was stopped by Zhang Feng. What a joke. With Li Chengqian's temper, he was far from being a match for Tang. As for the others, forget it. If they said something wrong, they would immediately attack. This would only make things worse. As for Du Dabing, although he was eloquent, and Zhang Feng had seen his mouth before, what kind of place was this? If he said something wrong, there would be a big mess. Zhang Feng didn't dare to let him come. As for Shiva's initiative to step forward at this moment and even gave him a reassuring look, Zhang Feng was a little surprised. He seemed to have just remembered that although this guy was a little silly, he did not seem to have shown his talent. Besides, how bad could it be? He was going to kill someone today. He did not care. When the young man with the surname Tang and the others heard Shiva's name, they looked at Shiva in astonishment and said, "I've long heard that the crown prince of Zhenla went up the mountain to study. Could it be that you're the prince of Zhenla?" Shiva laughed coldly. "That's me. However, today is not the time for you to make friends with me. If it was before today, or if you didn't die today, this prince would have wanted to get to know you." "Oh." Without waiting for Tang to finish his sentence, Shiva continued, "Today, my teacher is a little angry because of what happened to my brother. Therefore, as his student, it is better for me to say some things. To put it bluntly, these people were all found by you. Your purpose is actually for the phosphate fertilizer, isn't it?" "You're lying. How can we associate ourselves with these vulgar servants? We are of noble status. How could we do such a despicable thing? You're just a little country prince. What qualifications do you have to judge us?" "Step down." The anger of the Tang family and the others did not make Shiva cower. Instead, he said firmly, "You found the wrong person to ask about what you want today. This phosphate fertilizer is actually produced by me. Why don't you ask me?" As the crown prince of a country, I can guarantee that although this phosphate fertilizer was poisonous in the beginning, do you know what the masks on your mouths are for? Don't tell me you didn't use your pig brains to ask and think about it when you got this thing. This is something used to prevent poisoning when extracting the phosphate fertilizer. The reason it is extracted is to extract something useful from this poison. As he spoke, Shiva turned around to look at the group of troublemakers behind him and said, "Do you think you'll get the phosphate fertilizer you want by doing this today? You're thinking too much. I don't know what benefits you've obtained before today, but I can say that this money is the money you've earned by selling your lives. After today, regardless of whether my teacher and the imperial court do anything to you, the people who bought your lives will not let any of you off." "What?" Everyone exclaimed in shock. Some people couldn't help but ponder slightly. The expressions of the youth surnamed Tang and the others suddenly changed. "Don't listen to his nonsense. We definitely didn't think that way." "Oh." Shiva smiled and said, "Are you admitting that you're the one who hired these people?" This time, the youth surnamed Tang finally realized that he had been tricked. He was so angry that his face turned pale. "Son of a bitch, who do you think you are? Do you think you're qualified to stir up trouble? Whether it's true or not, You're an outsider. You're not allowed to meddle in the affairs of the Tang dynasty. In the morning court tomorrow, old man will definitely impeach you, Zhang Feng, for allowing outsiders to study the classics. Do you know that the laws of the Tang dynasty clearly state that outsiders are not allowed to study the classics? Just you wait, old man. Zhang Feng smiled coldly. He glanced at Shiva and didn't make a sound. Yu Shernan and the others also looked at Shiva with some surprise. They really didn't notice this kid. They didn't expect him to be so meticulous. Shiva said unhurriedly, "Then I'll have to trouble you to inform the emperor. I've already received the emperor's approval before coming here. I'm not here as a student, but as a servant. I'm now President Zhang Feng's servant." Chapter 1373. This play. It was out of Mr. Tang's expectations. He originally thought that he could use this matter to turn the tables, but he did not expect that he was allowed to come here by the emperor's permission. What's more, he was actually Zhang Feng's errand boy. This made things a little difficult for him. However, he immediately thought of a solution. "Are you deliberately trying to lure us into a trap? We're only here to deal with the phosphate fertilizer. We have no interest in your business." "That's right. Kid, since you said that you were in charge of refining the phosphate fertilizer, well, have you seen with your own eyes that this thing can really double the income of the Zhuang family? Why hasn't there been any record of this thing in any book since ancient times, or even in the unofficial history? Don't talk nonsense. If there is, doesn't that mean that Zhang Feng deliberately didn't take it out? He was waiting for this year's locust plague and food shortage to happen. All these things were done on purpose?" "That's right." Lao Tzu had long realized that something was wrong. How could his shabby little tavern have so much money? How could he stock up so much food before the disaster happened? This is clearly a conspiracy. As they spoke, the people from the other families were furious. They raised their arms and shouted, "Fellow villagers, did you see that? This person is so vicious. If he had such a thing, why didn't he take it out earlier? Why did he wait until now to take it out?" This means that this kid already knew about the locust plague and the food shortage. This is all part of this kid's conspiracy. He's trying to set us up. This time, everyone was in an uproar. Even the onlookers, as well as those who still believed in Zhang Feng and those hooligans, were a little confused. Why didn't they hear about this from the beginning? And why didn't Zhang Feng mention this before the food shortage started? Why did he have to wait until now? Most importantly, why did Zhang Feng stock up on food? No matter how they looked at it, it seemed to be intentional. This was a conspiracy. However, at this moment, the people of Tong Huifang and the Chang'an people who were beaten up by those people were furious. Bull Shasterisk T. Even if I told you earlier, would you believe that the food shortage is real? If Prince Zhang had told you earlier, would you have believed him? Idiots, fools, you're all just a bunch of ingrates. If it wasn't for Zhang Feng's life-saving food, I'm afraid all of you would have starved to death by now. How can I allow you to stay here? Look at this bunch of bastards. What did they do during the famine? They deliberately raised the price of food. Even if His Majesty ordered them to help the victims, what did they take out? It's rancid rice bran. You bastards, you've been tricked and you're still counting money for him? The battle lasted for 4 hours. It was only when Sun Simiao angrily stepped forward that they finally stopped. As for those large clans, when they saw Sun Simiao come out, they were even more enraged. After all, if Sun Simiao didn't show up, they could still do something. But now that Sun Simiao showed up, how could these hoodlums dare to act rashly? Elder Sun. A middle-aged man in his 50s from the Bai clan stepped forward and bowed to Sun Simiao, but Sun Simiao acted as if he didn't see him. He snorted coldly and returned to Zhang Feng's side, saying, "Old man's herb garden uses phosphate fertilizer. You said it's poisonous? Were you blind 2 days ago? Didn't you go to the East Market entrance? Old man, do you remember that you saw it that day? And the purpose of your visit today is to force Zhang Feng to hand over the formula. Why do you have to be so dignified? But old man said it today. If you want this thing, you'll have to go through old man first." The Bai clan's people were embarrassed. Hearing Sun Simiao's words, they could only stiffen their necks and say, "Elder Sun, you've been deceived by this kid. This kid obviously has a big conspiracy. Can't you see it? Shut up. You bastard, Lao Tzu has long disliked you. What conspiracy does my master have? Why don't you tell us? I think it's you bastards who are jealous of this thing. Today, King killed my brother here. The phosphate fertilizer is easy to deal with. Before we talk about this, let's talk about how to deal with my brother's matter first. At this time, Cheng Chimo, Wei Shuyu, and Zhang Sun could no longer sit still. They all jumped up. This time, they said something that they didn't want to hear. They couldn't help but panic. They looked at Sun Simiao, Yu Shernan, and the others, wanting to find a breakthrough from them. However, they found that these people had retreated to the back and were looking at Zhang Feng. At this time, Zhang Feng was holding an unknown thing in one hand and a dagger in the other. He was playing with it. At this time everyone understood. After saying so much, to put it bluntly, they didn't intend to let them go. At this time, they wanted to leave, but when they turned around, they saw that the densely packed Chang'an garrison had surrounded them. There were even more than 100 soldiers wearing golden armor. Golden armor. They were the Jin Wu guards. Could it be that the emperor, at this time, the Tang clan, Bai clan, Mi clan, and Gao clan panicked? Zhang Feng. Everything today is a misunderstanding. What do you want? Young friend Zhang Feng, we have nothing to do with this today. We just happened to come up the mountain. We will go down the mountain now. How you want to deal with today's matter is your business. We will not say a word to anyone else. President Zhang, this is all a misunderstanding. We can't wait. Chapter 1374. What's going on? This time, the hooligans and shrews panicked. They didn't know what was going on. It looked like they were about to get what they wanted. What's going on? What are you guys doing at this critical juncture? At this time, there was no lack of people with sharp eyes. They saw the garrisons and the soldiers in golden armor in the distance. These people were really... It was hard not to attract attention. This time, the group of people panicked. Mother Fasterus Kerr, you bastards. Didn't you say it was Lord Kong Ingda who instructed you to do this? Didn't you say that as long as we spread rumors this time, you would take responsibility for anything? Mother Fasterus Kerr, why are you so scared now? Mother Fasterus Kerr, say something. Mother Fasterus Kerr, you just gave Lao Tzu 10 strings of cash and you want Lao Tzu's life. What? Didn't you say it was only 5 strings of cash? Why do you have so many? Mother Fasterus Kerr, you scammers. Zhang Feng looked at them coldly. Li Chengqian and the others were also cold and murderous. But Zhang Feng didn't say anything and no one dared to move. At this time, the Gao family couldn't sit still anymore. They hurriedly tried to shirk responsibility. The fuss finally came to an end amidst the sharp sound of the wind being torn apart. Whoosh! Poochie! When the voice rang out, everyone was horrified to see that a descendant of a large clan seemed to want to take advantage of the chaos to escape. However, he was shot to death by a distant golden-armored soldier with an indifferent expression. At this time, they all changed into arrows and stared at them indifferently. In an instant, the fear of death made the crowd recognize the reality. This time, some hooligans finally recognized Li Chengqian and the others. Someone shouted in horror, Aren't they the 4 demon kings of Chang'an? They are really in this academy? What? They really are. Oh my God! The news that the 4 great demon kings had gone to White Deer College had spread like wildfire in Chang'an City. However, most people had never seen the 4 great demon kings before, let alone know who they were. Furthermore, it was rumored that the 4 great demon kings couldn't stand the sight of hooligans. Once they saw them, they would beat them to death. Furthermore, it was said that they would never pay for killing someone. This made them take a detour whenever they heard about the 4 great demon kings. How could they know them? Therefore, although they already knew about the rumors about the 4 great demon kings at White Deer College and secretly rejoiced, they had forgotten about it because the 4 great demon kings hadn't shown themselves for a long time. If these people hadn't mentioned it today, how could they have thought of it? Even if they managed to escape today, how would they dare to stay in Chang'an City? Involuntarily, the crowd began to tremble. Some of them could not even stand properly and directly knelt down. When Tang and the others saw this, they were scared out of their wits. Only then did they remember that Zhang Feng had given something to someone. It seemed that he had gone to the palace. Then, they thought about how the Jinwu guards had acted so unscrupulously. Could it be? Did the emperor give Zhang Feng the right to kill people? When he thought of this and the people who had tried to escape and were killed, Tang couldn't help but feel his legs and stomach cramps. He no longer had the arrogance he had at the beginning. Prince Zhang, Lord Zhang, President Zhang, Mr. He, everything that happened today was a misunderstanding. We didn't mean anything else. Haha. Zhang Feng smiled coldly and slowly stood up. He looked at Tang and the others, then at the hooligans who were trembling in fear. Now you know how to admit defeat? No, no, no. I, Zhang Feng, won't accept it. You should be more firm. That's how a man should be. The members of the Tang, Bai, Mi, and Gao families all wanted to cry. How could they be firm? They hurriedly came forward to apologize and beg for mercy. Mr. He, as the saying goes, no discord, no concord. Besides, we didn't mean anything else. We just wanted to know if the phosphate fertilizer was real or fake. Now that we know that the phosphate fertilizer can really increase the grain yield, we won't delay any longer. After all, we are all busy. That's right, President Zhang. Our Bai family has always believed in your character. By the way, our Bai family's children have been playing with the basketball you made. Moreover, we've been taking care of the business for everything you've produced. Little friend Zhang Feng, everything that happened today was caused by this kid from the Tang family. If you want to blame someone, blame him. He insisted that we come up the mountain to see if the phosphate fertilizer was real or fake. We saw Dr. Sun's yellow ginger with our own eyes 2 days ago. But this kid said that he wanted to take a look and pay you a visit. That's why we came. Yes. Today, it was all instigated by this little bastard from the Tang family. If you want to blame someone, blame him. We are all innocent. Zhang Feng looked coldly at the clown-like crowd and smiled. Now you want to admit defeat? Chapter 1375. Where's your sense of shame? Weren't you all so arrogant just now? Weren't you going to beat people to death when they didn't agree with you? Why don't you fight now? Lao Tzu has been on the battlefield for decades, but I've never seen such shameless things like you. Where's your sense of shame? You dare to do it, but you don't dare to admit it? Cripple Wong's face was covered with blood and his face was distorted. He supported the old village chief as they limped into the crowd, as if they were looking for something. A moment later, Cripple Wong grabbed a local ruffian and said, Fengzi, this is the bastard who killed brother Qian Wanli. Bastard, he tied me up at that time. I watched him make a rope and put a weight on the rope. After he knocked Qian Wanli to the ground, he smashed him with the weight. And he and the others, it was these bastards who wanted to kill him. If old Ma and Jia Eru hadn't come in time, perhaps all the people at the mountain gate would have been killed by these bastards. What are you waiting for? Let's kill him now. Bastard. At this moment, Gao Can, who had been silently guarding behind Zhang Feng, roared and rushed forward with bloodshot eyes. Zhang Feng didn't stop him. He just looked at the young man with the surname Tang and said, Gao Can, kill them one by one. Cut off their heads and send them to brother Qian Wanli. This time, the group of people panicked. Tang, say something. Young Master Tang, save us. You said that if anything happens, you'll take care of us. Bastard, Tang, Lao Tzu will be a ghost. Pucci. Their shouting didn't last long. Gao Can's head was smashed with a few punches. After all, Gao Can was born with great strength, and he was angry at this time. Moreover, he was dull and didn't have many brothers who could talk to him, but this Qian Wanli really treated him as a brother. If it wasn't for Zhang Feng, he would have killed them all. At this time, when he heard Cripple Wong and the others describe Qian Wanli's death, he couldn't bear it anymore. Even if he killed him later, he would have no regrets. But Zhang Feng still let him do it. This time, he couldn't bear it anymore. Cheng Chumo and the others wanted to attack, but Niu Jinda, who was hiding behind the crowd, ordered them to hold on to them. If Gao Can and the others wanted to kill someone, so be it. However, if the few of them dared to go up and kill someone, and if they were to be exposed to the court, it would lead to a great disaster. This time, although it seemed that these big clans were stirring up trouble, don't forget that there was a pair of invisible big hands behind all of this. At this time, Zhang Feng didn't make a move. It seemed that he was thinking about whether he could find a clue of the big hands, and let these people fight each other. Otherwise, why would Zhang Feng wait until now? At this time, those people might be watching all of this from here. In fact, Zhang Feng did have such thoughts. After all, why would these people coincidentally want to kill Qian Wanli? Zhang Feng didn't believe that it was a manslaughter. After all, with the lesson of the past, Zhang Feng had been on guard and tracking down the person behind the scenes. But at this time, such an idiotic thing happened. It was hard for Zhang Feng not to think about it. At this time, under the old village chief's accusation, Gao Can kept killing people, using the same method as Qian Wanli to kill them. Zhang Feng was also carefully watching the eyes of the young man surnamed Tang and the people of these big clans. He didn't let go of anyone within sight. But Zhang Feng's actions seemed to make the young man surnamed Tang panic. He hurriedly said, "Prince Zhang, Mr. He Xian, these things really weren't done by me." Those people who were already scared out of their wits had already collapsed when they saw Gao Can's terrifying killing methods and the pungent smell of blood. When they heard the young man surnamed Tang say so, they instantly screamed, "Tang, don't talk nonsense. Everything we did was instructed by you. When they were killing people, you were watching from the second floor of the inn. You deliberately told us to quickly kill the guards at the mountain gate and rush up the mountain. Now, you don't have any guts, do you? You don't want to admit it, do you?" At this time, Gao Can's fist was still dripping blood. When he lifted the long-tongued woman with a broken arm from the ground, the woman collapsed and screamed. Zhang Feng's interest was piqued. He waved his hand to stop Gao Can and asked, "You're saying that he's here watching and that he instructed you to watch? Do you have proof? Say it. As long as what you say is true, I, Zhang Feng, will keep my word and won't kill you." When the young man surnamed Tang heard this, his face instantly changed. "Bitch. Xiao's nonsense. When did this young master instruct? Noisy." Zhang Feng glanced at the young man surnamed Tang and then looked coldly at the woman again. The woman was already trembling all over. How could she bear it at this time? She hurriedly said everything she knew. There were even many people who testified. Zhang Feng couldn't help but be interested. "Old Ma, go and find the owner of the inn." "No, find everyone." The young man surnamed Tang panicked. He hurriedly said, "Prince Zhang, let's talk things out. I'm an official of the imperial court. No matter how big a crime I committed, I'll be interrogated by the Ministry of Justice and then handed over to Marble." "You?" Zhang Feng waved his hand and interrupted him. He sighed and said, "It's too late." Chapter 1376. If you hadn't killed anyone in the beginning, I, Zhang Feng, would have handed you over to Marble for investigation. However, you killed my brother and kept spouting nonsense. Do you think you can leave this place today? If you don't give me an explanation, how can I, Zhang Feng, give Qian Wanli's parents an explanation? How can I give an explanation to anyone who wants to study at White Deer College? How can I give an explanation to myself? This time, everyone was aghast. The youth surnamed Tang's heart was like dead ashes. His eyes were filled with malevolence as he said, "Zhang Feng, don't be ungrateful. My father-in-law is a third-rank official of the Chamberlain of Dependencies. I'm a fifth-rank supervisor of the Chamberlain of Dependencies. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to convict me? Then, old man might convict you." At this moment, Li Xiaogong rode his horse slowly into the area with a frosty expression. Wherever he passed, a group of imperial guards would clear the path. When they saw Li Xiaogong arrive, Yu Shernan and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. They weren't afraid that something would go wrong here today. What a joke! With Niu Jinda and Yu Qigong here, the Chong and military camp activated, and more than 1,000 imperial guards on the mountain, how could anything go wrong? What they were afraid of was that Zhang Feng would go on a killing spree. This was something they didn't want to see. Li Xiaogong's appearance undoubtedly gave the youth surnamed Tang and the others a glimmer of hope. Although Li Xiaogong had always been very strict, he also liked to do things according to the rules. At least nothing would happen here today. As long as they entered the Supreme Court, everything could be done. Zhang Feng nodded slightly at Li Xiaogong. Li Xiaogong nodded and dismounted his horse. He looked at Qian Wanli's corpse, then solemnly tidied his clothes. He looked around and said, "By the Emperor's personal decree." Instantly, everyone's expression changed greatly. They all knelt on the ground. Apart from Zhang Feng and the 4 great Confucian scholars, only Sun Simiao and Li Xiaogong were still standing in the market. After everyone knelt down, Li Xiaogong said, Shao Mountain was originally the fief that I gave to Zhang Feng. Besides, he made trouble at the academy. According to the laws of the Tang dynasty, there is a law of killing first and reporting later. I am very angry about what happened today. Please pardon him. While speaking, Li Xiaogong sighed. He looked at Zhang Feng and said, Pardon Zhang Feng to investigate this matter thoroughly. Autumn planting is the foundation of the country, and no one is allowed to sway it. Today, Zhang Feng has developed such a divine object for the Tang dynasty, but someone wants to disregard the Tang dynasty and take it for himself. This is a matter that angers both men and gods. I am extremely angry and wish I could kill him with my own hands. Today, I pardon Zhang Feng's right of life and death until the truth is found out and justice is served to the deceased. In addition, I am very sad that the deceased was a student of the academy. Today, I confer Qian Wanli the title of County Baron, which is hereditary. That's it. This time, everyone was in an uproar. It should be noted that the emperor had never advocated a massacre. The emperor should know how many people were involved in today's incident. This time, all the local clans in Chang and were basically wiped out. Moreover, it also involved hundreds of civilians here. Normally, the emperor would consider such a matter carefully. Who would have thought that he would give Zhang Feng the right of life and death so quickly? That meant, from now on, Zhang Feng would have the right of life and death no matter what happened here? At this time, the young man surnamed Tang's expression suddenly changed. The people of the Mi, Bai, and Gao families also panicked. As for those local hooligans, how could they still have a glimmer of hope? What was that? That was an imperial edict. It was an imperial edict from the emperor himself. At this moment, everyone was angry. They immediately pointed the spearhead at the young man surnamed Tang. After reading the imperial edict, Li Xiaogong patted Zhang Feng on the shoulder and said, The emperor said that Qian Wanli's title can be inherited by anyone in his family. Moreover, he can reward the Qian family with everything you seize this time as a reward. After that, Li Xiaogong looked coldly at the people of the Tang family and said, You all heard it clearly. What Zhang Feng said before doesn't count. What about this imperial edict and old man's words? His Majesty has said that since all of you are from big clans in Chang'an, as long as you tell us who is the mastermind behind all of this, you will be given a lighter punishment. Otherwise, it has been a long time since someone from the Tang Empire was implicated. Zhang Feng, old man will go take care of these families first. After you are done here, meet up with the Tang family. After that, Li Xiaogong left in a hurry again. Li Xiaogong's words reminded Zhang Feng of something. He had no intention of letting this group of bastards off today. Moreover, the imperial edict had been delivered personally by Li Xiaogong. Moreover, the last sentence seemed to have some hidden meaning. Zhang Feng glanced at Qian Wanli and shouted, Pass down the message. Everyone in White Deer College is to bow. Gao Can, come with me to Chang'an. We will settle the score. After that, Zhang Feng looked at Qian Wanli and bowed deeply. Yu Shernan and the others did the same. However, at this moment, the young man surnamed Tang and the others exploded. They hurriedly knelt down and begged for mercy. Zhang Feng turned a deaf ear to them and led Gao Can and Shiva to Chang'an. At this moment, Jia Eru hurriedly asked, Dean, may I ask, what should we do with these people? Zhang Feng glanced at everyone. Do as you wish. Chapter 1377. What happened on the mountain finally came to an end when thousands of people were escorted to the Chang'an military camp. Zhang Feng was furious. He wanted to kill all of them. But he also knew that it was not a good time to kill. At the very least, he couldn't give up until he found out who was behind it. He couldn't give Qian Wanli an explanation. After Zhang Feng left the academy, the sound of horns and drums never stopped. All the students knew what happened at the foot of the mountain and what happened to Qian Wanli. Everyone in the academy was furious. All the students wanted to chop those people into pieces. But they didn't give up until they knew that those people ended up worse than death. At the same time, all the students knew that Zhang Feng dared to kill the 4 big clans in Chang'an for a student. At this moment, the hearts of all the students in the academy were burning. With such a dean who only wanted to protect them, if they didn't work hard, they would really be letting the dean down. Yu Shernan and the other 3 compiled a 3,000-word eulogy for Qian Wanli and sent it down the mountain as fast as possible. Zhang Feng didn't carry Qian Wanli on his back. Instead, he asked someone to find the best coffin in Chang'an and bought all the firecrackers in Chang'an. He wore mourning clothes and stood in front of the coffin. He held the soul-leading banner and led Cheng Chumo and the others to Chang'an City. Ma Zhou and the others were carrying the coffin. Everyone in the Ji Mountain Market, no matter if they were merchants, children, or people from the Tonghui Square, they all came to Qian Wanli's funeral. The firecrackers never stopped along the way. Li Shimin, who was in the imperial palace, could hear the sound of firecrackers clearly. Hearing the sound of firecrackers, Li Shimin's face became more and more gloomy. As for Wei Zhang and the others, they remained silent with solemn expressions. At this moment, Xiao Gizi came to Li Shimin in a hurry with the information from the spy. Your Majesty, Prince Zhang is wearing mourning clothes to see young Master Qian off. When Li Shimin heard this, he thought to himself, did the Qian family tell them about this? Yes, and it was the people from the Minister of State. Not only that, but the Dean of the Imperial College, Hong Wenguan, also went to Shao Mountain. When Li Shimin heard this, his expression eased a little. At least they are tactful. Did you see anyone else, such as people from the 5 surnames and 7 clans? Well, Xiao Gizi hesitated for a moment and said, Your Majesty, they haven't been found out yet. However, the whole of Chang'an is in a state of panic. The Tang, Bai, Mi, and Gao families are wandering around and visiting the mansions of the officials. Go and find out who they visited. I want to see who dares to stand up for them today. Wei Zhang heard this and hurriedly said, Your Majesty, the officials of those families are kneeling outside Taiji Palace. Some have even gone to find the concubines. At this time, there are also people in the imperial harem who have gone to plead with the Empress. What should we do? Plead with the Empress? Li Shimin sneered and said, Anyone who dares to go to the imperial harem will be dealt with as if they are causing trouble in the imperial harem. I want to see which concubine dares to stand up for them. Zhang Sun Wuji coughed and said, Your Majesty, Concubine Tang and Concubine Gao are both from these families. Although they are side relatives, but as long as they dare to do it according to the law. Xiao Gizi, you personally supervise this matter. Xiao Gizi heard this and said in horror, Yes. Was the emperor going to take this opportunity to clean up the imperial harem? Or was he going to take this opportunity to clean up the big families in Chang'an? After all, the last time Kong Ingda, that old fellow, had stopped the emperor from taking back the excess land in their hands. Now that he was investigating these families, the emperor was obviously making a mountain out of a molehill. However, the most important thing was that the emperor had followed Zhang Feng's temper and went with the flow. Although they knew, Xiao Gizi did not dare to mention it. After all, this would definitely make tomorrow's morning court very lively. And at this time, the emperor was angry, so they did not dare to touch his reverse scale. But that was just that. Zhang Feng was really angry this time. Moreover, Zhang Feng's anger really gave all of them a big fright. Li Shimin was also shocked by Zhang Feng. But after learning the truth, Li Shimin felt that Zhang Feng was being too soft-hearted. These bastards, why did he give them so much time? Wouldn't it be better to kill them all? What a waste of time. At this thought, Li Shimin thought of Kong Ingda. If this bastard did not do something superfluous and secretly went up the mountain in spite of the imperial edict, how could he have caused so much trouble? And at this time, Li Shimin did not know what would happen in the future because of this matter. At this thought, Li Shimin was furious. Pass down the imperial edict, order the Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Appointments, Dali Temple, Taifu Temple, Taichung Temple, and Guanglu Temple to cooperate to thoroughly investigate Kong Ingda. Kong Ingda is to be put in the imperial prison and all his properties are to be found. Anyone who dares to complain about his injustice is to be arrested. This. Wei Zhang and the others' faces changed instantly. He hurriedly said, Your Majesty, Duke Kong might not know about this. These people must have deliberately framed Duke Kong. Li Shimin waved his hand and said, I have decided. Chapter 1378. Wei Zhang and the others still wanted to say something. But when they saw the emperor acting like this, they could only sigh secretly. After all, Kong Ingda was too stubborn. Since he came back from Shao Mountain, which one of the things he did could make the emperor happy? That thing alone was enough to make the emperor angry. But the emperor had been restraining himself. Who knew that such a disgusting thing would happen at this time? It would be strange if the emperor didn't get angry. At this time, The emperor's intention was very clear. He just wanted to kill him. At this time, it was useless for anyone to plead. After an hour, in the whole Chang'an city, firecrackers were constantly being set off in two places. The first place was Qian Tong's mansion. At this time, the whole mansion was full of sadness. Everyone was neatly dressed in mourning clothes and nervously arranging the mourning hall. In the Qian mansion, old man Qian knelt in front of the Buddha statue, his eyes dull. No matter how the maid persuaded him, it was useless. He seemed to have lost his mind. As for Qian Tong, the moment he learned of Qian Wanli's death, he aged about 10 years in an instant. He was in his 40s, but now he looked like an old man in his 80s. He sat at the door of the living room in a daze, staring at the door with dull eyes. At the gate of Chang'an City, a long funeral procession slowly appeared. Gao family, Bai family, Tang family, and Mi family were all arrested in various parts of the city. Even their mansions were sealed by the imperial guards. At this time, they were arresting people all over the street. Everyone in Chang'an City didn't know what had happened to cause such a strange situation at this time. However, when the imperial guard appeared outside the Kong Manor and announced the emperor's decree, everyone suddenly realized that the events that happened on this desolate mountain today had a huge connection with these people. Now, everyone was even more confused. Especially when they saw Zhang Feng wearing mourning clothes, they were even more shocked. What did this mean? What was going on? The dean of White Deer College was wearing mourning clothes? When they connected this to the sudden sound of firecrackers in the Qian residence, as well as the setting up of the mourning hall, everyone suddenly thought of an inconceivable matter. Qian Tong's son, Qian Wanli, was studying at White Deer College. Could it be Qian Wanli? For a time, the whole Chang'an city was full of different opinions, but no one knew the truth. It wasn't until the people from Tong Hui Fong, who were at the back of the funeral procession, arrived that the crowd hurriedly gathered around and began to inquire. There was no need to rush this inquiry. In an instant, everyone was furious. The Tang family, Mi family, and Bai family had actually instigated a group of hooligans and gossipy women to cause trouble at White Deer College. They wanted to force Dean Zhang Feng to give them something that could increase the food supply. However, this group of B***stards and hooligans had committed all kinds of crimes. They would beat people up if they didn't get along with them. When Qian Wanli saw this, they had evil intentions and killed him. Moreover, it was said that he died very miserably. He was smashed to death with a weight. How could this be? Was there any King law here? The most despicable thing was that after they killed him, they wanted to kill the guards while he was unprepared. They wanted to take advantage of the chaos to go up the mountain. If they were allowed to go up the mountain, the consequences, it wouldn't be solved by just one death. At this moment, Dean Zhang Feng would probably. The most important thing was, all of this was instigated by the Tang family, Gao family, Mi family, and Bai family. Moreover, they were stirring up trouble in Kong Yingda's name. In an instant, everyone was furious. They were furious. During this period of time, Zhang Feng's reputation in Chang'an City had been very good. Moreover, he was kind and never fussed over every ounce. Moreover, he was generous with his money. Whether it was the meat that they couldn't afford or the fine salt, which one of them wasn't made by Zhang Feng? What the F***ck? What were these people thinking? Everyone followed the funeral procession or picked up their tools and walked towards the residences of the Bai family, Mi family, Tang family, and Gao family. They were often cheated by these people. Now was the best time for them to take revenge. Moreover, some people hurriedly picked up their hoes and ran towards the Kong family's residence. If it wasn't for that B***starred Kong Yingda, would such a thing have happened at White Deer College? Needless to say, their chances of doing small business in Shaoshan Market Square were even slimmer. However, this made them even more excited. If that was the case, it meant that the phosphate fertilizer that Zhang Feng made was real. The thing that could double the harvest of grain was real. This was what they were most concerned about. At this moment, the entire Chang'an city was in a mess. Niu Weili rolled up his sleeves and stood on the street, fuming with anger. When he saw the people of these families, as well as those hooligans and gossipy women, he invited them all into the Chang'an local government for tea. At this moment, the Kong family's residence was the quietest. Kong Yingda sat alone at the entrance of the mansion, allowing the people to curse and scold him. He did not fight back, nor did he talk back. At this moment, His body was covered in stinky poop, and rotten eggs and vegetables were all over his body. However, he still sat there in a daze. He seemed to be waiting for something. After a while, the clamorous sound of horse hooves gradually quieted down the gate of the Kong family's residence. A middle-aged man in the uniform of the provincial secretary got off the horse, glanced at Kong Ingda with some disgust, and then directly announced the imperial edict. The imperial edict is here. In an instant, everyone in the Kong family's residence came out of the gate and knelt neatly in front of the middle-aged man. However, Kong Ingda still didn't move. Seeing this, the officials of the provincial secretary were furious. According to the edict of the emperor, Kong Ingda disregarded the emperor's grace and secretly sneaked to Shao Mountain, leaked secrets, and spread bad information, which caused today's turmoil in Shao Mountain. He should be punished. According to the edict, all the properties of the Kong family are to be seized and all the people in the Kong family are to be detained in the Supreme Court. They will be severely punished by Taichung Temple, Supreme Court, Taifu Temple, Taichung Temple, and Ministry of Personnel and Ministry of Justice. Chapter 1379. Kong Ingda felt very sad. Although Kong Ingda already knew these things when he came back from the market on Mount Shao that day, he understood when he heard the imperial edict. Everything was over. And he knew everything that happened today. The Tang family, the Bai family, the Mi family, and the Gao family had nothing to do with him. But Kong Ingda made a big mistake. That was, he said all the things he shouldn't say. At that time, he didn't think much about it. But after knowing what happened on the mountain today, Kong Ingda instantly understood everything. These people just wanted him to die. They used his name to make trouble on Mount Shao, and it was such a thing. Even if he didn't do it, who would believe it? Even the emperor wouldn't believe it, right? At this time, looking at the imperial guards entering his mansion and hearing the crying of his family members behind him, Kong Ingda roared angrily, "Don't cry. If anyone cries, the old man will personally send him to hell. Lord Kong, this way please." At this time, a prisoner carriage made of red sandalwood slowly came to a stop in front of Kong Ingda. Behind these two prisoner carriages were two massive hemp ropes that were as thick as a baby's arm, covered in blood. They were currently being slowly unraveled by a dozen or so imperial guards. Meanwhile, the servants, and family members of the Kong family were all terrified. Kong Ingda looked at the imperial guards beside him and then looked at the miserable scene behind him. He looked up to the sky and sighed. Thousands of miles of sorrowful autumn will chill people's hearts. Sigh. The imperial guard said coldly, "Kong Ingda, don't talk nonsense again. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I don't mind sealing your mouth. Do you know that it's because of you that Chang'an City is in chaos today? If it weren't for you, how could the emperor be so angry? You still think it's cold? If you had stayed at home and didn't run around, would this have happened? Okay, stop talking. Let's go." After all, Kong Ingda's identity was there, so he really couldn't say anything. At this time, he had to urge him. After all, Kong Ingda was not an ordinary person. This guy's influence was too great. If something happened on the way, the consequences. It was simply unimaginable. Last time, it was because of him that today's matter happened. If he said anything today, then he could only shut Kong Ingda's mouth. Kong Ingda glanced behind him. Everyone was skewered by the thick rope like a barbecue. How could this not make Kong Ingda sad? Back then, his doorstep was as crowded as a marketplace. Now, looking at it again, other than those who beat him up when he was down, where else could a hanger-on stand up for him? Sigh. Kong Ingda sighed and slowly walked onto the prison carriage. He allowed the imperial guards to put the heavy chains on him and a collar with bobs around his neck. After that, the long line of prisoners' wagons followed the wagons as they passed through the East Market. Then, they walked along the main street of Chang, and all the way to the prison of the Ministry of Justice. In an instant. Along the way, all the citizens angrily rushed at the prisoner carriage and the person behind it. In a short while, all kinds of things were hung on the person's body. Even the imperial guards hid far away, for fear of being implicated. However, when the prisoner carriage reached the main street, Feng Xianling and Wei Zhang appeared in front of the prisoner carriage. Looking at Kong Ingda, both of them were heartbroken. Duke Kong. Feng Xianling sighed and cupped his hands. However, Kong Ingda acted as if he didn't see or hear. He stood stiffly on the prisoner carriage and didn't say a word. He didn't even blink. Seeing that Kong Ingda didn't speak, Wei Zhang pulled Feng Xianling and said, "Let's get down to business. We'll visit him in the future." While speaking, Wei Zhang came to the front of the prisoner carriage and took out a token from his sleeve. He waved it and said, "Duke Kong hasn't been adjudicated yet. Pay attention to your image. Also, without the Emperor's permission, no one is allowed to bully Duke Kong and his family. Please settle them properly." Although Wei Zhang and Feng Xianling had put on makeup, when the token appeared, the imperial guards at the front hurriedly got off their horses. Wei Zhang whispered orders in the imperial guards' ears. After that, Wei Zhang looked at the crowd again and said, "Pay attention to your appearance." Then, Wei Zhang and Feng Xianling walked in the direction of the Chen family, looking back 3 times with every step. At this moment, the two of them couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Kong Ingda was too stubborn. If it wasn't for such a big thing happening today, why would the Emperor arrest him? When Kong Ingda returned to Chang'an 2 days ago, the Emperor already knew about it. However, the Emperor had been standing his ground in the court and didn't make a decision on Kong Ingda. It wasn't until today that the Emperor finally made a decision after learning that someone had died on the mountain, and Zhang Feng was furious. After all, it was the first time they saw Zhang Feng angry. No one knew what he would do. Moreover, it was the first time Zhang Feng gave Zhang Feng the pass to enter the palace and the blood jade talisman that the retired emperor didn't give out when he abdicated. This time, Zhang Feng took it out as well. What did this mean? It meant that Zhang Feng was really angry. If Zhang Feng came to Chang'an City to kill people, then the consequences. Feng Xianling patted Wei Zhang's shoulder bitterly and said, "Prime Minister Wei, let's go. I think Fengzi's funeral procession will arrive at the Chen family soon. We have to make some arrangements as soon as possible." Chapter 1380. The sound of firecrackers reverberated throughout Chang'an Street. Chen Wanli's funeral procession slowly appeared at the entrance of the East Market. At this moment, Niu Weili of the Chang'an local government, all the people in the local government, the Directorate of Imperial College, and the students of the Hongwen School appeared on the street one after another under the lead of Ouyang Kai and Lu Hongwen. Almost everyone in Chang'an City had gathered there in an instant. As the smoke and dust from the firecrackers gradually dissipated, Zhang Feng, dressed in mourning clothes, appeared in front of everyone with the soul-guiding banner held high. The first to react were naturally Lu Hongwen, Ouyang Kai, and Niu Weili. The 3 of them hurriedly blocked Zhang Feng. However, Zhang Feng walked forward with steady steps, not yielding an inch. Niu Weili was about to cry. He hurriedly said, "Prince Zhang, Mr. Zhang, can you please stop? What are you trying to do?" As he spoke, Niu Weili hurriedly signaled Lu Hongwen and Zhang Wuji with his eyes. Lu Hongwen sighed when he saw this and said, "Young Master Zhang, even though this young Master Qian is your brother, he's still your student. Wouldn't you be the laughingstock of all the students in the world if you do this? The nobles in Shandong are already unhappy with you. If you continue to do this, won't it give them an excuse to criticize you?" Zhang Feng looked ahead with a determined gaze, but was forced to stop in the end. Looking at the anxious and worried faces of the 3, Zhang Feng said faintly, "The one lying in the coffin is indeed my student, but he is also my brother. My brother died in vain. As his brother, if I don't uphold justice for him and send him off, how will the world view me, Zhang Feng? How will the more than 3,000 students of White Deer College view me, Zhang Feng? If I don't stand up for them, who in the world will dare to send their sons to my college? If this goes on, won't our academy be trampled on by others?" In an instant, the 3 of them changed their expressions. Zhang Feng's words were very reasonable. However, there were laws in this country and rules in every family. Although the emperor had given him the power of life and death, it was still within the range of Shao Mountain. This was Chang'an City. If you really do something out of line, then wouldn't you be giving the court officials a reason to criticize you? Under the earnest persuasion of the 3, Zhang Feng still chose to move forward. Zhang Feng shook his head slightly and said, "Everyone has a bottom line. I, Zhang Feng, have a very simple bottom line. I won't cause trouble, but don't provoke me either. I'm not a good person, but I'm definitely not a bad person. Whoever dares to touch my bottom line and provoke my people, no matter who's backing him, I, Zhang Feng, will make him pay a heavier price than now. Get out of the way. This has nothing to do with you." As he spoke, Zhang Feng moved forward again. Only Niu Weili and the others were left looking at him in shock. What did Zhang Feng mean? Could it be that Zhang Feng wanted to? At the thought of Zhang Feng's words, the three of them couldn't help but feel their souls leaving their bodies. Did Zhang Feng mean that he wanted the four families to be bathed in blood today? F***CK. Did this guy want to poke a hole in the sky? The three of them looked at each other in shock and then said almost at the same time, "Quick, let's go to the Chen mansion." Although they didn't know the identity of Wei Zhang and the others for the time being, Zhang Feng was their brother and they would definitely go to the Chen mansion to wait for him. Otherwise, why would the Imperial Guards arrest the people in these mansions first? Why would they arrest Kong Ingda? Wasn't it because they were afraid that Zhang Feng would start a killing spree at this time? Where was this place? This was Chang'an City, under the feet of the Emperor. Once Zhang Feng really dared to start a killing spree, it would definitely alarm the Emperor. Even if the Emperor wanted to protect him, what would the ministers in the court think? Wouldn't he be impeached to death? Thinking of this, the three of them became more and more anxious. When everyone came to their senses, they instantly lost their composure and hurried to the Chen mansion. At this time, after hearing the slow sound of firecrackers, the people in the Chen mansion all got up and instinctively ran out of the door. The moment Chen Tong and Old Man Chen heard this sound, they couldn't help but tremble. The motionless Old Man Chen also slowly stood up at this time. She slowly walked towards the door, as if she was looking forward to it, but also worried at the same time. At this time, the housekeeper of the Chen mansion came from outside the door with a sad face. As soon as he entered the door, he shouted sadly, "Everyone, get ready to welcome the young master back." Buzz! This sound instantly made Chen Tong and Mrs. Chen lose their balance and fall to the ground. "Son!" Mrs. Chen was the first one who couldn't help but shout at the top of her lungs. Then, she burst into tears. Chen Tong's lips trembled as he stumbled towards the door with red eyes. "It's not true this. It's not true. My son, how could he die? He even came back yesterday. This is a joke, right?" When Chen Tong came to the gate of the mansion, he saw Zhang Feng bowing respectfully at the gate. The moment they saw Chen Tong, Zhang Feng and all the mourners behind him bowed together. Zhang Feng said sadly, "Master Chen, Brother Wanli, you're back." Puff. Chapter 1381. Hearing that, in an instant, the whole Chen mansion fell into grief. The mournful cries caused all the onlookers to shed tears uncontrollably. Right at this moment, a grey-robed old madam with a head full of white hair shakily walked out from the depths of the Chen estate with the support of two young servant girls. Wei Zhang, Fang Xianling, and Du Ruhui were also standing in the yard with a serious face. The old man walked and said in a trembling voice, "Where is my grandson? Where is my son? Where is my grandson?" She asked everyone she saw, but who dared to tell her? The old man seemed to be about 80 years old and all her teeth had fallen out. At this moment, seeing Zhang Feng at the door, she seemed to see the last hope. She touched Zhang Feng's arm with trembling hands and asked with a strange face, "Young man, have you seen my grandson?" "They said that my grandson has left." "This. Are they trying to deceive an old woman like me?" The old woman was still choosing a granddaughter-in-law for him yesterday, and he even came to see me yesterday. How could this be? The more she said, the louder the cries and whimpers of the crowd. Zhang Feng's body was also trembling uncontrollably. In that world, he also had a father, a mother, and a grandfather. He didn't even know if they had felt the same way when they saw him disappear back then. Zhang Feng's eyes were also wet. He hugged the old woman and wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything. How could he dare to break this dream? "Grandma, I am your grandson. Look at me, I'm your grandson." In the end, Zhang Feng still shouted out. In an instant, the old woman heard that and touched Zhang Feng's cheeks, hairbun, arms, and even chest with trembling hands. Originally, Zhang Feng and Qian Wanli's figures were similar. At this time, the old woman's eyes were blurred. Although their voices were a little different, their figures were somewhat similar. The old woman touched Zhang Feng's cheeks, frowning from time to time and pleasantly surprised. Seeing this, the crowd couldn't help but cover their mouths and cry. The old woman touched Zhang Feng's cheek and said, "That's not right, grandson. Why do you have a beard? Did your brother mistreat you? Or is the work in the paper mill too heavy? Why didn't you dress up after coming home? What if some girl takes a fancy to you? With your appearance, why? Don't be like your father. I get angry every time I see him. Come, come, come. Granny will comb your hair." Let me tell you, yesterday, Granny personally picked a girl for you. That family. Mother. He is not your grandson, he is. He is. Chen Tong broke down and burst into tears. The old woman glared at him and shielded Zhang Feng behind her, scolding. Nonsense! When your grandson went to the academy, you locked him in his room. Don't think I don't know. Now what? You don't even recognize your own son. When Zhang Feng heard this, he couldn't help crying, hugging the old woman and saying, Grandma, I am your grandson. From now on, I am your most beloved grandson. I will listen to everything you say, okay? When the old woman heard this, her eyes instantly narrowed into crescents and she rubbed Zhang Feng's cheek affectionately. My grandson is the best. Come, do we have guests? Why are they all dressed so white? Come, Tonga, these may be my precious grandson's classmates. Why don't you quickly entertain them? Wait until I dress my grandson up nicely. And then, Grandma, grandson still has important things to do today. Sir Dean, the 4 great scholars, and the divine Dr. Old Son are all coming to our house. Can you go back first and wait for grandson to personally entertain them? When the old woman heard this, her face instantly changed. Ah, which Zhang Feng are you talking about, that brother of yours? There is also divine Dr. Sun. Divine Dr. Sun is a very good person. When Grandma was young, she saw him with her own eyes. Right, the 4 great scholars. Grandma! Zhang Feng held back his tears and interrupted the old woman. Seeing this, Chen Tong's housekeeper hurriedly said, Old man, please go back to the inner room. If old son sees you, he will not be happy. The old woman heard this and hurriedly used her crutches to urge the maidservants to return, not forgetting to order more firecrackers as she walked. This was a time for them to hold their heads high and bring glory to their ancestors. However, at this time, this would only increase the sadness of everyone in Qian Mansion. After sending the old woman away, Zhang Feng came to Zhang Feng and respectfully said, Master Qian, it is Zhang Feng's fault for not taking care of Wan Li. Please forgive me. This sentence completely shattered Chen Tong's last hope. At this time, he looked at Zhang Feng and asked, How did he die? Long before Zhang Feng came, 3 people had come with secret orders from the Ministry of Works, the general meaning of which was to give him an idle job. But if he knew that this job was exchanged for with his son's life, he would rather not have it. He refused, because he still had a glimmer of hope. He hoped that in the end, all of this was a lie from his son. Although he had never seen Zhang Feng before, for him to appear here at this time, his identity was self-evident. This also meant that his son was really gone. In an instant, Chen Tong collapsed and burst into tears. After crying for a while, Chen Tong grabbed Zhang Feng's hand and asked, President Zhang, where is Jia Wan Li? Where is he? When Zhang Feng heard this, he waved his hand and said, Let Brother Wan Li's coffin return to the mansion. Chapter 1382. At this time, almost half of the people in Chang'an City came to the Qian Mansion. With the Qian Mansion as the center, the whole Chang'an City, from here to the East City, was densely packed with people. They didn't come to pay homage to Qian Wanli's death. They weren't that kind. They came to see how Zhang Feng would deal with it. Would Zhang Feng start a massacre for the sake of a student today? Among these people, there were groups of Jinwu guards in plain clothes, as well as the Imperial Guards and the Chang'an garrison. There were so many of them that it made people's hair stand on end. They only had one purpose. That was to find out the mastermind behind all this. For this matter, Li Shimin even sent out all the spies in Chang'an City at all costs. At this time, pairs of eagle-like eyes were coldly searching for something in the crowd. Even the places that people couldn't see, as long as there were suspicious places before, were basically cleaned up. Although the sun was weakly shining on Chang'an City at this time, the air was as cold as winter. The air was also filled with a thick smell of blood that could not be dispersed. In the courtyard, Qian Wanli's coffin finally fell to the ground. In front of his coffin, there were not 3 sacrificial animals, but 3 human heads. They were the murderer who killed Qian Wanli, the long-tongued woman, and the hooligan who jumped the most fiercely and acted the most ruthlessly. These 3 heads instantly made everyone's hair stand on end from head to toe. Everyone suddenly came to a realization. At this moment, behind the seemingly calm and tranquil scene, there seemed to be a turbulent wave brewing. After paying homage to Qian Wanli, Zhang Feng again said to Zhang Feng and Mrs. Qian, Master Qian, Mrs. Qian, I, Zhang Feng, have wronged Wanli. Although I have killed the murderer today, I will personally go to the Bai, Gao, Mi, and Tang family to seek justice for Brother Wanli. After that, Zhang Feng will personally come to ask for forgiveness. President Zhang. The moment Zhang Feng stood up and prepared to leave, Madame Chen grabbed Zhang Feng's hand and said hoarsely, "My Chen family only has Wanli, this one and only child. Although I, as his mother, was soft-hearted and allowed him to go up the mountain, after that, Wanli, this child, is more excited and happy than he has been in the past 10 years. Furthermore, we have witnessed his growth. If it weren't for your approval, I'm afraid our Chen family wouldn't have been able to run Paper Blank's business. And every time he comes back, Wanli will always tell us about what happened on the mountain. Every time this happens, Wanli will be the happiest. Today you have done enough. If Wanli were still alive, he would definitely not want to see the person he respected the most risk his life for him. Prince Zhang, I know you are a person who values friendship and righteousness, but doing this is not worth it." Today, people from the palace also came, and these families are already being investigated by the Ministry of Justice. Moreover, you have personally avenged Wanli. We are content. Qian Tong let out a long sigh. Prince Zhang, if Wanli were still alive, he would definitely not let you do this. Since he chose to do this, it was because he didn't want you to do anything stupid. I won't ask him how he died. I don't want to add to his sins, and I don't want his good brother to kill people for him. I am content with all of this. Now, we just want to accompany Wanli. I hope Prince Zhang can help us. We can't afford to be tossed around anymore. We just want to live a peaceful life. Qian Tong was able to open a pawn shop in Chang'an City for so many years, so he was already familiar with many things. At this time, how could he not see that this wasn't a simple matter? Behind this matter, there must be a shocking conspiracy. Everything that happened in Chang'an City today, he naturally knew. In addition, the people from the palace just now made him understand even more. If he got involved again, he wouldn't even know how he died. Now, he even lost his son, so he didn't want to be tossed around anymore. Losing his son was like losing all hope. What was the point of everything he had done in the past? Even if he was given a high position at this time, what use would it be? Although he was extremely strict with Chen Wanli, all of this was for the good of Chen Wanli. But now, if back then, if he hardened his heart and didn't let Wanli go to White Deer College, perhaps, today, even if his son still hated him, he could still be alive. But now, what was left of him, Qian Tong? Zhang Feng naturally understood the meaning of the two's words, but he didn't say anything. Most importantly, what could he say? Taking a deep breath, Zhang Feng said loudly, "Everyone in White Deer College kneel." Kneel! But just as Zhang Feng was about to kneel down, Qian Tong grabbed him tightly, refusing to let him kneel even if he had to die. "President Zhang, you are Wanli's teacher and the dean of the academy, you can't kneel. Moreover, Wanli can't accept it." When Zhang Feng heard this, he opened his mouth but didn't say anything. He could only bow to Chen Wanli's coffin, then to Mrs. Chen and Qian Tong. He waved his hand and said, "Tai Niu Gao Can, follow this dean to work." Chapter 1383. The moment Zhang Feng turned around, the grief and indignation on his face instantly turned into anger. He strode away without even taking off his mourning clothes. Wei Zhang, Fang Xianling, and Du Ruhui sighed when they saw this. They hurriedly followed Zhang Feng and chased after him. Their purpose for coming here was to guard against Zhang Feng. If Zhang Feng went crazy, they would stop him immediately. But things were just as the emperor thought. He really wanted to kill someone. "Fengzi, wait!" Wei Zhang shouted as he lifted his robe. But Zhang Feng still ignored the two of them and continued to walk towards the Gao residence. Wei Shuyu and Feng Yai were the ones leading the way. Zhang Feng was not a reckless man. On the contrary, he was not reckless. Today, he knew that the pair of big hands would definitely be watching in the dark. Today's incident was just the beginning. He knew that the pair of hands could not wait any longer and wanted to make a move. If he really retreated today, then everything he did in the future would definitely fall into a passive position. In fact, things like today would only continue endlessly. Today, what he wanted to do was to intimidate. Only by scaring these people out of their wits would they stop. Or else, these people would definitely not let this matter rest. And there was another reason why he did this. That was to give everyone a sense of security. No one could bully the people who entered White Deer College. If anyone dared to bully them, Zhang Feng would make them wish they were dead. Only such a strong sense of security and dominance would make those who wanted to cause trouble realize the reality. Previously, Zhang Feng had been too kind. Everyone mistakenly thought that he was timid and afraid of trouble. That was why today's outcome was like this. In the end, the heir of the merchant family whom he valued the most had died in vain. What if the one who died today was not Qian Wanli, but Li Gan, Chen Tiniu, or one of the others? What would happen to him? If he let go today, what would happen to Zhang Yuyao, Jing Shu, and Zhang Yuyao's family? And what would happen to you, How would the world view Zhang Feng? Therefore, Zhang Feng paid special attention today. To protect one's family, kindness, compassion, and generosity were necessary. However, these had to be built on a foundation. He had thought it was too simple. He thought that this was like the modern world, where everyone was bound by strict laws, but he forgot that this was the Tang dynasty. This was in the Tang dynasty, where feudal superstition was the most serious, and where the slavery system was the most serious. This led to today's tragedy. Even though he wasn't an unpardonable villain, but in order to protect the people he wanted to protect, he, Zhang Feng, would transform into that villain today. He was an evil man who made all those who dared to plot against him tremble in fear. It was also from this moment on that Zhang Feng transformed. At this moment, Wei Zhang, Fang Xianling, and Du Ruhui saw that Zhang Feng was ignoring them and hurriedly shouted, "Zhang Feng! Stop right there, old man. Do you know what you're doing right now?" "Feng Zi, did you hear that?" Zhang Feng naturally heard their words. Seeing the three of them acting like this, Li Chengqian and Du Go couldn't hold back anymore. "Feng Zi, why don't we listen to what they have to say?" "Feng Zi." Zhang Feng sighed slightly and stopped in his tracks. When Wei Zhang and the others saw this, they hurriedly ran forward and grabbed Zhang Feng's hand, pulling him behind them. Wei Zhang asked with a serious expression, "Feng Zi, the emperor has already intervened in this matter. Do you know what this means?" How could Zhang Feng not know? He said, "The emperor just doesn't want me to make a move in Chang'an City, right?" Wei Zhang nodded and said, "Since you already know, why are you still so reckless? Do you know how many people are watching in the dark today? In the 2 hours that we were in the Qian mansion, we heard that the Imperial Guard spies killed at least 100 people and captured more than 300 people. These people are all from unknown forces. Think about it, so many people have been captured. How many people have not been captured? Feng Zi, don't be so obsessed. It's not good for you." Zhang Feng nodded and took out the Mitsubishi bayonet from his arms. He said, "You're all right. But have you ever thought that the hands hidden in the dark also think the same? Today is just a test. If I, Zhang Feng, shrink back today, what will I do in the future? If I encounter today's situation again, will I still choose to back down? After the first test, there will definitely be a second and third time in the future. Have you ever thought about how many brothers I, Zhang Feng, have? How many students I, White Deer College, have? If this continues, how will the world view me, Zhang Feng? How will they view my White Deer College? Are they saying that I, Zhang Feng, don't even have the ability to protect my own students? Are they saying that I, Zhang Feng, don't even have the right to protect my brother's women? Do you really want to see this kind of ending?" Wei Zhang and the others couldn't help but have a serious expression. They had already thought about this, and the emperor was also worried about this. But now that they saw Zhang Feng acting recklessly, wasn't this also a trap set by the mastermind? Chapter 1384. Qian Wanli's Death. It made Zhang Feng think of a lot of things. At first, Zhang Feng really didn't think so much. But as soon as he arrived in Chang'an City, Zhang Feng knew that he was thinking too simply. Although it seemed that the emperor ordered the arrest today to protect him, wasn't this what the mastermind wanted to see? They were waiting to see how Zhang Feng would end up. Once he flinched, it would only bring him endless trouble in the future. It would be a seed of disappointment for all those who were optimistic about him. The seed of disappointment was the most terrible. When you chose to flinch for the first time, if you chose him, then he would imprint this seed in everyone's mind. No matter what you did in the future, in the eyes of others, you were choosing to flinch. This seed was what Zhang Feng didn't want to see the most, but it was what the mastermind wanted to see the most. Someone was forcing him to make a choice behind his back. How could Wei Zhang and the other two not think of this? At this time, when they heard Zhang Feng's question, they didn't know what to say. After all, this choice also depended on Zhang Feng's choice. But they really didn't want to see Zhang Feng kill with their own eyes. Wei Zhang patted Zhang Feng's shoulder and said with some sincerity, "We'll pretend that we didn't see this. You can handle everything by yourself. Even if you poke a hole in Chang'an City, Lao Li said that he will help you deal with it." Zhang Feng nodded and then hurried to the Gao family. Wei Zhang and the others hurriedly stopped Li Chengqian and said, "Remember, your father said that no matter what happens, you must protect Zhang Feng and yourself. Now, don't let Fengzi go to the Tang family. Remember." The Gao family. The Gao family was also a famous family. But it was not in this era. At its most glorious time, almost half of the land in the entire Guangzhou region belonged to the Gao family. But that was the past. The current Gao family was just a country gentleman. However, he was still more well-off than the average large clan. After all, he still had a noble title in the imperial court and some of his clansmen who worked in the imperial court. This ensured that the Gao family could continue to survive in Guangzhou. But that was only enough for them to survive. Just like the Bai clan, the Mi clan, and the Tang clan, their focus was all on this land. In Chang'an, he was considered a local tycoon. A few days ago, they had learned that there was something on the mountain that could double the amount of food. In addition, they also learned that Zhang Feng was a kind and easy person to talk to. Thus, they had been thinking about this. After all, the Imperial College in Hongwen-Guan had benefited from it first, so they couldn't help but harbor evil intentions. But who would have thought that the means they were originally proud of would be taken advantage of today? If they had known that Zhang Feng was the master of scheming and manipulating public opinion, they would never have done this. But everything was just an if. Early this morning, all the clansmen of the Gao family returned to their clan in high spirits, waiting for their share of the phosphate fertilizer. But what awaited them were the people from the Ministry of Justice and the Imperial Guards. At this moment, in the Gao residence, everyone was kneeling neatly in the courtyard. Around their necks hung a large, ice-cold blade. Their eyes were filled with fear and vexation. All of the clan's belongings were carefully taken away by the Imperial Guards. Not a single brick or tile was spared. Everything was moved out of the mansion. In the Gao family, except for a few high-ranking people, all the servants and their family members were taken away by the Ministry of Justice. No one knew what fate awaited them. But this was no longer important. What was important was that as the remaining people watched the last bit of their belongings slowly disappear, their hearts began to tighten. The emperor was furious. Their belongings were confiscated and everyone was sent to the Ministry of Justice's prison. These were all small matters, but why were they not taken away? Could it be that they wanted to kill them? They all knew that things were not that simple. Most importantly, they all knew what was going on. After all, they were the ones who personally mobilized and came up with the plan. But the more it was so, the more terrified they felt. At this moment, after the last bit of their belongings were confiscated, an official from the Ministry of Justice slowly walked forward and sat in front of the Gao family head and the other related personnel. He asked, "Tell me, what happened today? Do you want to talk about it here or in the Ministry of Justice's prison?" "There's no need." At this moment, Zhang Feng walked in with Li Chengqian and the others. In Li Chengqian's hands, he personally held the imperial edict that Li Shaogong had just announced in the market. And when he saw the imperial edict, the eyes of the Ministry of Justice instantly widened. Those who were about to step forward to stop Zhang Feng, and the others also fell to their knees in an instant. And what shocked the Ministry of Justice even more was that, behind this young man, the crown prince and the heir to the duke had all appeared. This meant that the person leading them was Zhang Feng? Although not many people could recognize Li Chengqian, there were at least 3 of them. At this moment, Zhang Feng looked at the crowd and said, "The Emperor's imperial edict has already stated that I will handle this matter. You all can leave now." The Ministry of Justice's people wanted to say something, but the Ministry of Justice official sitting in front of the Gao family head immediately smiled and said, "Then I will leave now." Chapter 1385. There were only 7 people left in the Gao family. Apart from the head of the family who didn't look like he was in his 40s, the rest were between 50 and 80 years old. Seeing that the people from the Ministry of Justice had left, they cautiously raised their heads. However, their expressions changed the moment they saw Zhang Feng. His white linen clothes were extremely eye-catching. They didn't know what happened on Shao Mountain today, but since the people from the Ministry of Justice were here, it meant that the plan had failed. They never expected that these people would come in mourning clothes. What was the meaning of this? This was especially true for the Gao family head. He had thought about what he would have to face if he failed. However, when he saw Zhang Feng and the others in white, he knew that things were going to get serious. Who could come with the Emperor's imperial edict? Zhang Feng sat opposite them and looked at them. He played with the Mitsubishi army knife in his hand and said, "Tell me, who is the mastermind behind this?" The head of the Gao family saw that Zhang Feng's tone was very calm, so he mustered up his courage and asked, "May I know who this young master is?" "Zhang Feng." Hearing this, the head of the Gao family and the higher-ups of the Gao family were instantly shocked. The mastermind came personally. It seemed that, seeing this, the head of the Gao family put away the smile on his face and said, "It's the original President Zhang Feng. Since you already know about this, then kill us if you want. We have nothing to say." "All right." Zhang Feng didn't hesitate at all. He waved his hand. Gao Can immediately attacked. He took the Modeo from the Imperial Guard and cleanly cut off the head of the person next to the head of the Gao family. In an instant as the head fell, a mist of blood gushed out like rain. The head of the Gao family was so frightened that his face changed drastically. "Zhang Feng, what are you trying to do? We were wrong in this matter, but His Majesty also knows about this matter and has already handed it over to the Ministry of Justice to investigate. You dare to kill people in broad daylight? Do you have any respect for the law? This is an imperial edict. Do you want to see it for yourself? His Majesty said that this matter is for me to handle. All the power of life and death is temporarily in my hands. I, Zhang Fengyu, am not an unreasonable person. Your people indiscriminately killed my brothers and injured tens of my people in Ji Mountain Square and my, Zhang Fengyu's people. You should settle this account by yourself before deciding whether this guy should be killed or not." While speaking, Li Qingqian opened the imperial edict in his hand and placed it in front of Patriarch Gao and the others. "Take a good look, this is the Emperor's imperial edict. If you tell me the truth about the mastermind behind this, perhaps your Gao clan won't be wiped out today. If you dare to lie, he will be your example." This was also the first time Li Qingqian had seen someone killed with his own eyes. At this moment, his face was frighteningly pale. At this moment, seeing that Zhang Feng seemed to really want to kill someone to establish his prestige, he hurriedly said. The remaining people of the Gao clan were also instantly terrified. Patriarch Gao's forehead was dripping with bean-like cold sweat. Looking at Zhang Feng's calm eyes, he said, "Prince Zhang, all of this is the Tang clan." "Yes, it's the Tang clan. 3 days ago, after Kong Yingda came back from Ji Mountain, he took the phosphate fertilizer you made and spread it everywhere, saying that it was poisonous and would kill people if they ate it. Then, Dr. Sun Simiao personally went down the mountain and confirmed that it was not poisonous and could really increase the food supply." Patriarch Gao was really scared. She explained everything clearly without missing a single word. She even excluded the Gao family from the story. But no one was a fool. Zhang Feng was even less of a fool. At this time after he finished, Zhang Feng asked, "So your Gao clan was also forced by the Tang clan?" Yes. All of this was forced by them. Otherwise, how could we have the guts to do such a despicable thing? Moreover, the Tang family also said that if we were to participate, we only need to stand behind them. When the time comes, they will definitely share the phosphate fertilizer with us. But if we didn't agree, they would join forces with the Mi clan and the Bai clan to destroy our Gao clan. And they also said that it was all ordered by Kong Yingda, so we. Hearing this, Zhang Feng stared into Patriarch Gao's eyes and said, "But why did I hear that all of this was led by the Gao clan and the Tang clan? And do you think that I, Zhang Feng, don't know anything? Your Gao clan has always been related to the Zheng clan in Xinjiang, and has always been the Zheng clan's pawn. This time, is the Zheng clan behind this matter?" Hearing this, Patriarch Gao's face changed instantly. He hurriedly knelt on the ground and said, "Prince Zhang, all of this was really done by the Tang clan. And they have the Wang clan behind them. The Wang clan has a grudge with Prince Zhang before, and this time, the Wang clan personally came with the Tang clan. That's why I foolishly agreed to this matter. Young master, please investigate this matter thoroughly." At this moment, all the dignity and arrogance that he usually had were all bullshit. In a matter of life and death, Patriarch Gao still chose to live an ignoble life. And he was also secretly shocked. How did Zhang Feng know all of this? After all, the relationship between the Gao clan and the Zhang clan in Xinjiang was basically unknown. They had always been in contact with each other through letters, and if there was nothing serious, they would not contact each other. Recently, he was sure that he had not contacted the Zhang clan. Such a secretive matter, even the people at the bottom of the Gao clan did not know, so how did Zhang Feng know? Seeing this, Zhang Feng sighed. Stubborn. Tai Niu, I'll let you interrogate them. This house, if you want it, you can keep it. If you don't want it, burn it and let it be buried with Brother Wanli. Chapter 1386. Zhang Feng didn't know any of this. Even in the old and new Tang dynasty books, there were very few records of these four families. He had unintentionally read a novel about the Tang dynasty written by a lousy author. That was why he took it out to test this person out of curiosity. But he didn't expect it to be true. Was the Gao family really a pawn of the Zhang family in Xinjiang? Then, could it be that the Bai and Mi families were related to these noble families? Now he had confirmed too. The Gao family seemed to be in the dark. As for the Tang family, they were the biggest suspects. He mentioned the Wang clan. Moreover, the Wang family's people had also come with the Tang family. The Tang family wasn't simple. In history, they had been in Chong and since the Qin dynasty. It wasn't until the Wei, Jin, and northern and southern dynasties that the Tang family started to decline. When Yang Jian came to power, the Tang family had no chance of recovery. Until now. It seemed that the Tang family wasn't simple. Li Chengqian saw that Zhang Feng was silent and couldn't help but ask, Fengzi, do you think this incident was really done by the Wang clan's people? If that's the case, the mastermind is also the Wang clan's people? Zhang Feng shook his head and looked tiredly at the worried and fearful people in front of him. He said, It's a little impossible. The Wang clan alone can't do this. Now, I suspect that this incident wasn't done by the Wang clan at all. On the contrary, the Wang clan's people were used by others. What? Li Chengqian couldn't help but be shocked. He thought for a while and said, Fengzi, how is that possible? The Wang clan has been against us since Lan Tian. And the iron mine was broken by the Wang clan. Isn't that right? Now you're saying that it wasn't done by him? At this moment, Shiva, Wei Shuyu, Du Go, and the others couldn't help but look at Zhang Feng. Ma Zhou, Hao Chujun, and the others also revealed confused and curious expressions. Although they knew a little about some things, they didn't know much after all. In addition, they didn't understand the various relationships between these big clans, which made them even more confused. Zhang Feng nodded. They used too much force. Think about it. If even we can think of this, then do you think that the people of the Wang clan are all fools? No one who can become a member of a big clan is a fool. On the contrary, these large clans have always prioritized their own interests. It's because of this that they don't dare to stand up against us easily. After all, they haven't swallowed us whole. So, if you were the head of the Wang clan, would you be so impatient to step out? In an instant, Li Chengqian understood everything. Ma Zhou, Hao Chujun, Gua Shouyi, and the others were puzzled and had no idea what he was talking about. How could these large clans be something that they could look up to normally? However, at this moment, from the conversation between Zhang Feng and Li Gan, they understood some things. Moreover, they were even more shocked by Zhang Feng's current understanding. In the subconscious mind of an ordinary person, they would be impulsive. In a fit of rage, one would often be unusually impulsive. However, Zhang Feng was different. He was actually able to hide everything under this appearance of rage. How could they not be impressed? As they spoke, the group arrived outside the Mi clan's residence. At this moment, the people of the Ministry of Justice seemed to have known that Zhang Feng was coming. Other than the head of the Mi clan and the important members, all the treasures and people were taken away. Only a few guards were left. When these guards saw Zhang Feng and the others arrive, they hurriedly handed over their belongings and slipped away. This time, Zhang Feng only spent the time of a meal to get something useful out of the Mi clan. That was the Lanling Shao clan behind the Mi clan. People from Shandong. How could they have dealings with the Mi clan? This caused Zhang Feng to become even more perplexed. As usual, he left the people to Chen Tiniu. This time, on the way, Zhang Feng did not say a word. He hurriedly led the group into the Bai clan's residence. The Bai clan practiced medicine for generations. It was a well-known family of physicians. In the Sui dynasty, Yang Guang's era was also his most glorious era. However, when he was treating Yang Guang's beloved concubine, he accidentally touched the arm of the imperial concubine and was almost exterminated by Yang Guang. These descendants of the Mi family were also the scattered members of the Mi family. Finally, after the founding of the Tang dynasty, they were able to recover some of their ancestral properties. However, they could no longer take back the things they had bought from the merchants. At that time, the land was the most worthless thing in the world. When Zhang Feng entered the Mi clan's residence. Of the Mi clan, only an old lady was left. She was sitting at the entrance of the residence, seemingly waiting for Zhang Feng's arrival. This made Zhang Feng a little surprised. Behind the old lady, the remaining members of the Mi clan were lying on the ground. Their faces were purplish-black. It was obvious that they had committed suicide by taking poison. Seeing Zhang Feng's arrival, the old lady smiled faintly and said, "Prince Zhang, you're here." Zhang Feng did not beat around the bush and asked directly, "Tell me, who is the mastermind behind you?" Chapter 1387. The woman from the Mi clan faintly smiled and said, "Listen to this old woman's nagging first. When I'm done, you'll know everything about my Mi clan." The Mi family was originally a prominent family. Prince Zhang should have heard about this from the Bai family and the Gao family before coming here, right? This old woman knew quite a lot. Zhang Feng couldn't help but understand why everyone behind her had died. She was afraid that her clansmen would suffer the pain of being imprisoned. Besides, this was the prison of the Ministry of Justice. Moreover, this matter had alarmed the emperor. How could they come out after entering? Moreover, the old woman also knew about the Qian family. Since she came from the Qian family, she must have passed by these places. Since she could come here, it meant that Zhang Feng knew everything he could. There was no point in struggling at this point. The old woman continued, "But in the Sui dynasty, my ancestor touched the arm of the imperial concubine and was exterminated. We were only able to return to our ancestral home from the bitter cold when the retired emperor ascended the throne and pardoned the world. But the glory of the past was long gone. So the Mi family had no choice but to find a big tree." Prince Zhang, do you know why the Mi family can continue to exist in Chang'an? Usually, when people who are exiled come back, they may not be able to buy these properties even if they have money, let alone these properties. Zhang Feng was not in the mood to guess. However, at this moment, there was a chance that he could catch the mastermind behind the scenes. Zhang Feng could only listen to her patiently. "Tell me." The old woman chuckled and said, "Back in Liangzhou, which was also the border of the Tang dynasty, the Mi family inadvertently saved a businessman. This businessman lived in Zhaojun." At this point, the old woman stopped talking. Li Chengqian was shocked and said, "You mean the Li family of Zhaojun?" The old woman nodded. "Yes. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't have any hope of returning to Chang'an. But it's also because of this that we're connected to Zhaojun. But this matter really has nothing to do with us. My Mi family didn't want to get involved with anyone or any force. After all, there's a precedent. But when my Mi family came back, we owed a lot of favors, and this Tang family took the biggest share. So this time, it's also the people of the Tang family who asked us to come forward with the favor." Zhang Feng didn't know how much of this was true and how much was false. But since things had come to this point, all the spearheads pointed to the Tang family and the Wang clan. Zhang Feng no longer hesitated and got up to leave. But the old lady asked in surprise, "Prince Zhang, this is—" Zhang Feng didn't say anything. Instead, he hurried out. His intuition was right. Moreover, she was just an old woman. What did he have to fear? As soon as he went out, Li Chengqian hurriedly grabbed Zhang Feng. "Fengzi, do you know who that old woman is?" "I don't know, and I don't want to know now. I just want to go to the Tang family." Li Chengqian grabbed Zhang Feng and said solemnly, "Do you know the name of Granny Mi Ji?" Zhang Feng was stunned for a moment. He had heard of Granny Mi Ji and Granny Mi Ji, but what do they have to do with this old woman? Seeing this, Li Chengqian said, "The Mi family was originally close to becoming the 9th clan, but later on, they offended Yang Guang, which led to this." "But do you really think what she said was true? The Li family only agreed to help them because I accidentally saved a Li family member?" Zhang Feng frowned slightly. Are you saying that the old woman is lying? Li Chengqian nodded. However, Wei Shuyu continued, she is Granny Mi Ji. When they were in Liangzhou, the Mi family was gathering their connections and preparing to return to Chang'an. They also wanted to restore their former glory. The mastermind behind all this was Granny Mi Ji. Don't underestimate this old woman. She almost alerted the emperor. During the Wei River Alliance, Granny Mi Ji brought hundreds of kilograms of poison and offered it to the emperor. She was prepared to poison the Turks. However, the emperor didn't have the heart to do so he didn't choose such a vicious plan. At the same time, the emperor ordered people to suppress the Mi family after the incident. Think about it. A family that can produce such a huge amount of poison. How can the emperor not be afraid? How can the history of Zhao Jun not be afraid? That was also why the Li family of Zhao County chose to help him. However, the price was that all the Mi family's properties in Liangzhou would belong to the Li family of Zhao County. Do you know what the Li family of Zhao County found when they took over? Half of the entire Liangzhou basically belonged to the Mi family. Zhang Feng couldn't help but be secretly shocked. He didn't expect that such a benevolent old woman would be so ruthless. At this moment, he finally understood why Li Chengqian and the others' expressions changed when Granny Mi Ji was mentioned. However, what did this have to do with him? After hearing this, Zhang Feng only uttered an "oh," and then headed for the Tang family again. He was blocked by Li Chengqian again. Feng Zi, although she is just an old woman, think about it. How terrifying is someone who can even abandon her own family at a critical moment? Everything today is caused by you. If you don't completely destroy her hope today, in the future. Zhang Feng was also annoyed. He waved his hand and said, if you want to go, go. I'll leave this matter to you. The rest of you, quickly follow me to the Tang family. Chapter 1388. The Tang Family. It was a family with the same name as the Tang dynasty. It was impossible to say that he had nothing to do with the royal family. In the past, Tang Jian had been very high profile, and he had always been proud of this. Therefore, in Chang'an City, most people did not dare to offend him. But this was also the reason why the Tang family was so arrogant. The land of Shirley Slope and the land under Mount Longsho all belonged to the Tang family. What kind of place was Mount Longsho? It was the imperial plantation. It was the place of the emperor. This gave the Tang family another reason to be arrogant. Usually, as long as it was not a big deal, even the county government would not want to have anything to do with the Tang family. They were afraid that the Tang family would settle accounts with them in the future. But today, the Tang family, who used to be so arrogant and domineering, had set off a huge wave in Chang'an City. The emperor had personally issued a decree to confiscate all the Tang family's belongings and put all the members of the Tang family in jail. At first, no one knew what was going on. Moreover, the people from the Tang family had a group of hired thugs and even injured dozens of bailiffs. In the end, when the imperial guards and the Ministry of Justice appeared, the Tang family finally behaved themselves. But that was only obedience. They did not admit to their crimes. It was not until Zhang Feng led the funeral procession into Chang'an City that what happened in the marketplace of Shao Mountain caused an uproar among the people. The Tang family was so bold that they dared to send a group of hooligans and gossips from Chang'an City and the surrounding areas to make trouble for White Deer College. Where was White Deer College? It was a sacred institution that was appointed by the emperor to be on the same level as the Imperial College. Moreover, it was founded by Zhang Feng, the youngest Confucian scholar in the Tang dynasty and history. Zhang Feng's status in the hearts of the people of Chang'an City was no different from that of a god. But the Tang family actually dared to attack Zhang Feng? Moreover, he had violently forced Zhang Feng to hand over the phosphate fertilizer formula in his hands. He had even beaten to death the son of Chang'an's manager Qian, who was also the direct disciple of Dean Zhang Feng. In an instant, everyone in Chang'an City was furious. What is this? They were simply a bunch of bandits. As for the people from the Ministry of Justice, they grew even more furious. With a single order, they joined forces with the common people who had been oppressed by the Tang family and smashed the Tang family's estate into smithereens. Even the Tang family's businesses in Chang'an were completely destroyed by the angry common people. Faced with so many commoners and officials from the Ministry of Justice, the people from the Tang family were still unwilling to leave the matter at that. They continue to evade the important matters and dwell on the trivial matters as they question the Ministry of Justice on how to punish the commoners. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Tang family's residence, the patriarch of the Chen family, Tang Hao, sat boldly at the entrance of the residence, drinking tea while looking at the angry commoners. He said to the officials from the Ministry of Justice, "Old man has said that you can enter the Tang family's residence today, but if you don't hand over this group of unruly commoners to the old man will definitely accuse the Ministry of Justice of corruption and conniving with the murderer." The person who came to the Tang family's residence this time was the second in command of the Ministry of Justice, Feng Ong. He was well aware of these matters, as well as the relationship between the emperor and Zhang Feng. Coupled with what had happened in Shao Mountain, as well as the high-profile style of the Tang family, Feng Ong could not help but feel extremely angry. "Tang Hao, do you know that everything that the Tang family has done on Shao Mountain today has already infuriated the emperor? We will act according to the law. If you continue to be obsessed and obstruct us, it won't be us who will come later. It will be the imperial guards, the emperor's personal guards. Do you want to be executed by the emperor on the spot, or plead guilty?" "Plead guilty?" Tang Hao laughed. "The Tang family has always been above board. How can we plead guilty just because you say so? You said that you were acting according to the imperial edict. Fine, I won't make things difficult for you. First, tell me, how are you going to deal with these rioters? If you deal with these rioters first, we'll talk about our business." Feng Ong gritted his teeth and said, "The people of the Chong and local government will investigate these people." Ha ha ha. Tang Hao laughed out loud. "So you're saying that the Tang family is so easy to bully? First, you came to our door to falsely accuse the Tang family of causing trouble on Shao Mountain. Can you produce evidence? If you can, that old man will definitely plead guilty. Even if the emperor comes in person today, if you don't have evidence, I, Tang Hao, will definitely not allow you to frame me unjustly. Moreover, the Tang family is a contributor to the founding of the country. Is this how you treat a contributor to the founding of the country?" Feng Ong was so angry that his face turned red and he could not say anything. At this moment, Niu Jinda and Yu Qigong's voices slowly appeared at the gate of the Tang family's residence. "Tang Hao, your mouth is still as foul as before." Hearing that, in an instant, Feng Ong hurriedly bowed to them. However, he was stopped by Yu Qigong and Niu Jinda's attire. Tang Hao looked at the two of them in surprise. He had a feeling of déjà vu, but he could not tell if he knew them or not. At this moment, Yu Qigong said coldly, "Your Tang family's young master is now in the military camp and has confessed everything. Why are you still standing here? Do you really want to see your Tang family go to ruin? And let me tell you, those people you found have all confessed. I advise you to plead guilty quickly." At this moment, Niu Jijie and General Cheng Yaojin are personally escorting the interrogation results and the situation here back to the palace. If you persist in going about things the wrong way, do you know the consequences? Tang Hao got up in horror and looked at the two of them in horror. "Who are you? Why do you know so much?" Chapter 1389. Tang Hao was the head of the Tang family. When the people from the Ministry of Justice arrived, he had thought of many things. But he never expected that his unfilial son would confess everything. They had agreed that no matter what happened, as long as the people on the mountain refused to give in, he would be able to settle the matter even if the emperor himself came. After all, he had someone in court. Plus, the Wang family had promised him. But now, that unfilial son had confessed? How was that possible? Yu Qigong didn't expect it either. The young master of the Tang family actually confessed as soon as he saw the pool of dung in the military prison that had been there for who knew how many years. He thought that the brat was so arrogant that he would have to go through torture before he would confess. So Yu Qigong rushed down as fast as he could. His goal was to make Tang Hao confess before Zhang Feng arrived at the Tang residence. Otherwise, once Zhang Feng arrived, there would be no turning back. Before he arrived, the spy had already informed him of Zhang Feng's every move. At this moment, Zhang Feng's eyes were bloodshot. On the one hand, he wanted to avenge Qian Wanli, but on the other hand, he wanted to establish his authority. This brat urgently needed to establish his authority so that White Deer College's prestige could rise to another level. It was understandable why Zhang Feng would be so impulsive. Moreover, if Zhang Feng really dared to kill the Tang family, the Wang family would be furious.
This was also the reason why the emperor was so concerned about this matter.
Tang Hao was also one of Huang's horses. When he saw that Yu Qigong didn't say anything, he panicked even more. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, Feng Ong, broke out in cold sweat. Now that Yu Qigong was here, things would be difficult. Moreover, Yu Qigong was in disguise. Did that mean that Zhang Feng was coming? When he thought of this, Feng Ong hurriedly stepped forward to block Yu Qigong's path.
Lord Yu, why have you come?
Yu Qigong pushed Feng Ong to the side and looked at Tang Hao. You don't need to know who Lao Tzu is. When you don't die tonight, you will know who Lao Tzu is. But when that time comes, you won't be able to die even if you want to. That's why I'm here. I'm here for the sake of your Tang family. I don't want your Tang family to be wiped out.
Hee hee.
Tang Hao smiled faintly.
Then, shouldn't old man thank you?
Yu Qigong clenched his fists and stood in front of Tang Hao with his hands clasped behind his back. That won't be necessary. However, you only have one meal. If you miss this opportunity, I'm afraid your Tang family won't have another chance to speak. Speaking of which, President Zhang Feng has probably cleaned up the Mi family, right? Hearing this, Tang Hao's eyelids twitched. What did you say? Does Zhang Feng dare to kill someone? Does he dare to wipe out an entire family? This is Chang'an City, right under the emperor's nose. Does he dare to kill someone so brazenly? Feng Ong, as the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, why aren't you involved in this matter? Yu Qigong waved his hand. He can't do anything about it. Tang Hao's eyelids twitched. He hurriedly asked, why? President Zhang Feng has His Majesty's Imperial Edict. His Majesty has already decreed that this is Zhang Feng's personal matter, and he should deal with it himself. Moreover, Mount Shao is Lord Zhang's fief. Not only did you cause trouble at Mount Shao, but you also killed a student from White Deer College in public. This student was President Zhang's personal disciple. Tang Hao, we're here because His Majesty doesn't want to cause any more bloodshed. So, you better think this through. Moreover, old Yu is Zhang Feng's brother. He's the only one who can persuade Zhang Feng. Tang Hao, you better think this through. Once Prince Zhang comes, it'll be too late. Tang Hao was even more certain that these two were putting on an act. He smiled faintly. So, you're doing this for my own good?
At this moment, he was even more certain of the Wang family's words.
The closer they got to this point, the more they had to persevere. As long as they didn't relent, even if His Majesty came, he wouldn't be able to convict them. Moreover, would His Majesty personally speak up for a dead person? Yu Qigong's expression gradually turned cold. He stared coldly at Tang Hao and said, Lao Tzu, I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to confess or not? Or are you going to move aside? If you don't move aside, old man won't care about your life or death. For the sake of Lao Tzu's Tang Fort, I'll ask you one more time. This is also His Majesty's intention. His Majesty has some friendship with Lao Tzu. Don't think that Lao Tzu doesn't know about this. To tell you the truth, I originally didn't want to get involved this time. However, Lord Zhang's son personally sent a secret order to Lao Tzu to protect the Tang family. If you don't confess, Lao Tzu will leave immediately. Old you really came at the right time. However, this old thing's intelligence is lacking. I think it's better for me to do it. At this moment, Zhang Feng's voice slowly rang out from behind everyone. The moment he heard this voice, Yu Qigong knew that he couldn't stop this even if he wanted to. The moment Zhang Feng's voice rang out, everyone immediately turned to look at the source of the voice. At the same time, they instinctively moved aside to make a path. Tang Hao also saw Zhang Feng and the others, who were dressed in mourning clothes. Zhang Feng ignored Tang Hao. Instead, he patted Yu Qigong's shoulder and said, Old Yu, what's the point of saying so much to this kind of person who has a problem with his intelligence? As he spoke, Zhang Feng sighed and said, This also shows that your intelligence is lacking. Chapter 1390. Reporting. Your Majesty, Prince Zhang Feng has already arrived at Tang Manor, in the Imperial study. At this time, Shao Gizi reported with a pale face. On the dragon throne, Li Yuan and Li Shimin looked at the secret memorials placed on the table. They looked at each other. Li Shimin lightly waved his hand. Only then did Shao Gizi say, Your Majesty, General Yuqi and Assistant Minister Feng still haven't executed Tang Hao. Hearing this, Li Yuan asked, "Then, did Yuqi Gong say anything about his Lao Tzu and Tang Hongbao?" "He did, but," Tang Hao said. Li Yuan slapped the table and said, "What did he say?" "He said, even if your majesty personally came, it would be useless." Li Shimin's face was very gloomy. Humph. Did he really think that just because his ancestor had some relationship with me, he could disregard the law? "Shao Gizi, did you find anything unusual about Tang Manor recently?" Shao Gizi hurriedly took out a gilded booklet from his bosom and handed it to Li Shimin, saying, "This is all of the Tang family's abnormal behavior in the past month that the Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Rights, and Ministry of Works have gathered today." While speaking, Shao Gizi said again, "Just now, news came from the military camp, saying that Tang Jingtian has been executed. In the past month, the Tang family privately sold large amounts of firearms to the Turks with the Tang family's descendants from the Ministry of Works. Moreover, most of the Tang family's properties in Longyu Road have been transferred. However, as to where exactly they have been transferred, this is unknown." Li Shimin's eyes narrowed slightly. "This we know. In the past month in Chang'an, there hasn't been the slightest bit of news about the arrival of a large amount of family property. Then, Father Emperor, do you know if this Tang family has any other properties in other places?" "Li Tang. Why was it called Tang and not Li?" There was still a lot of explanation for this. At the time when Taiyuan started the war, this title of the country was controversial. It was only until Li Yuan proclaimed himself emperor that it was decided to use the name Tang. However, what this had to do with the Tang family, Li Shimin really didn't know. At that time, the Tang family had the closest relationship with the Li family. It could also be considered a family supported by Li Yuan who wanted to contend against those large families. But it seemed that even after so many years, the Tang family could only be considered a local second-rate power. If it weren't for the huge incident today, Li Shimin would have almost forgotten about the Tang family. Moreover, he had just received news from Li Chengqian that the Gao, Bai, and Mi clans were all related to those large clans. What about the Tang clan? He actually had dealings with the Wang clan. It was no wonder that even when he had been cracking down on the encroachment of these great clans and forces on Chang'an, these forces were still able to infiltrate without a sound. He had originally thought that these local forces of Guanzhong were truly united, and these families had always kept a low profile, so he had never thought of this matter. If it wasn't for today, he really wouldn't have known that the four great clans had actually caused so many things in silence. Li Yuan also did not expect that this tiny Tang family that could not be helped up would actually cause so many things under his eyelids. Today, after learning about the incident at Shao Mountain, he was also unusually angry. Seeing this, he said somewhat angrily, "Back then, when I established Liangzhou Prefecture, I had sent a secret order for their people to infiltrate other clans. However, this Tang Hongbao had not made any progress, so I did not take it seriously. After that, when I saw the results of the Tang family these years, I was bitterly disappointed and chose to give up on them. However, this Tang Hongbao really made a good move." Li Shimin instantly said in surprise, "In that case, the internal strife between Tubo and Tuyuhan has been unable to be pacified all this time because of the Tang family? At this time, Tang Hao has been holding on all this time because of this matter?" Although Li Shimin was only guessing, the more he thought about it, the more scared he felt. This Tang family usually did not show off and did not leak anything. This time, it did not seem to be a big wave. Originally, he wanted to protect the Tang family. After all, if he suppressed the local forces too much, it would make the people of Chang'an uneasy. However, now that Zhang Feng had caused such a ruckus, he investigated and really found many problems. This Tang family, they really did not stop in the past few years. Back then, when the retired emperor allowed them to develop in other clans, it seemed like he had opened a door for them. It was a door that allowed their ambitions to swell. Hearing this, Li Yuan nodded. "That's what I guessed too. Otherwise, this matter would not make sense. A small phosphate fertilizer, if it was produced, would naturally benefit the people of the world. They would naturally obtain enough benefits, but they would also feel some fear towards those landowning clans. However, this is not the most serious matter. I feel that they seem to have other motives." Hearing this, Li Shimin instantly looked at Li Yuan, who was watching him, and said, "Father, do you mean that the Tang family wants to annex White Deer College?" Li Yuan nodded.
However, he shook his head and said with a smile, "Who asked this kid not to show off and to have such a sloppy appearance?"
Last time, I guess that they saw some signs in the agreement between the people of Guanlong and Zhangfeng. In addition, Zhangfeng has always been carefree, so this time, they are probing. Probing. Li Shimin was shocked and instantly understood. His expression suddenly turned cold. Zhangfeng is naturally easy to talk to and has a good temper. However, if you think that Zhangfeng is easy to deal with, hee. Thinking of this, Li Shimin's heart instantly calmed down.
After exchanging glances with Li Yuan, he waved his hand and said, "Pass down the imperial edict."
I will pretend that I don't know about this matter. Since Zhangfeng has the imperial edict, do as he wishes. In addition, tell those who are watching to retract their eyeballs. Otherwise, I don't mind gouging their eyeballs out. Chapter 1391. In the Crown Prince residence. Ho Junji should have left long ago. After all, his fief was in Luozhou, but because the Crown Prince had been ill and the Crown Princess had caught a cold while taking care of Li Chengqian, Ho Junji had found an excuse to stay. Until now.
In the garden of the Crown Prince residence's eastern palace, a series of spies, like butterflies flitting through flowers, appeared beside him in an endless stream, and then hurriedly left again.
Ho Junji's face gradually turned grave. At this moment the Crown Princess, dressed in a pink robe embroidered with golden threads, calmly looked at Ho Junji.
Only after the servants had left did she ask, "Lord Father, is the Crown Prince all right?"
The Crown Prince is fine, but after today's disturbance, the officials will probably change their view of the Crown Prince.
The Crown Princess grimaced, the teacup in her hand trembling as she hastily asked, "What do you mean?"
Didn't you say that a student was killed in Shao Mountain Market? Was this Zhang Feng's personal matter? Why would the Crown Prince? Ho Junji shook his head and stood up to look at the osmanthus trees blooming with orange flowers. Although this is Zhang Feng's doing, don't forget that this academy is spread out in the name of the Crown Prince. Although everyone knows that this is a pretense, the Crown Prince can still be considered a student, and the Crown Prince truly did participate in today's matter. Thus, while the Crown Prince's prestige will rise a little, the landowning clans will definitely be wary of the Crown Prince. The Crown Princess's expression changed. Although she had never left the Eastern Palace, she placed great importance on these matters. Every day, an endless stream of people would come to visit, hoping to curry favor with the Crown Prince. Thus, there were some matters that she knew even better than the Crown Prince. Hearing this, she asked, "Lord Father, everything today was carried out by Zhangfeng with an imperial decree. What does it have to do with the Crown Prince? Moreover, the Crown Prince is also a student who listens to Zhang Feng's orders." You're right, but these are all superficial things. Even if Zhang Feng massacred Chang'an City today, no one would care. What people care more about is how Zhang Feng will deal with the Tang family. Also, how should we deal with this phosphate fertilizer? In other words, Zhang Feng's decision today will directly affect the Crown Prince and his future path. Once he makes a decision, he will basically be labeled by all the major forces in the future. The Crown Prince consort was slightly shocked. Although Zhang Feng and the Crown Prince called each other brothers, there was still the relationship between the monarch and the minister. It was inevitable that people who knew him would recognize him.
Moreover, this matter was already clear in front of some of the senior officials in the imperial court. Everyone was just afraid of the emperor's orders.
However, if Zhang Feng were to act rashly and wipe out the entire Tang family, then the power behind the Tang family would be extremely dissatisfied. Thus, the Crown Prince would also be affected. However, if Zhang Feng were to soften his heart and let the Tang family go, then the consequences would only be more unfavorable. The Crown Prince consort couldn't help but become nervous. But Ho Junji was an old fox, and he was in no rush.
He began to leisurely admire the osmanthus flowers as if they were some sort of extraordinary object.
The Crown Prince consort asked in surprise, "Father doesn't seem to be worried at all? Did you already make a decision?" Ho Junji plucked a bouquet of osmanthus flowers and handed it to the Crown Prince consort. At this time, His Imperial Majesty has decreed that we can only sit and wait for the result. It all depends on what Tubo and Tuyuhan think. What? How could this matter have anything to do with Tubo and Tuyuhan? The Crown Prince consort was alarmed. Ho Junji smiled. Do you still remember the several thousand craftsmen that His Imperial Majesty sent to Tubo and Tuyuhan to deal with the drought and locust plague? In truth, these people are called craftsmen, but they are actually spies of my great Tang. But not even His Majesty knows of this. It was because of their infiltration that the Tang clan's foreign faction, which was on the verge of death, was revived. This is the Tang clan's trump card. But it seems like old Tang Hao's plan is about to fail. The Crown Prince consort was even more confused. What's going on here? Could it be that His Imperial Majesty sent someone from the Tang clan? Ho Junji said nothing.
Instead, he looked up at the setting sun and said, "If my guess is correct, His Imperial Majesty should have received a memorial by now, right?"
At the same time, the Secretariat had also received an urgent memorial. The moment they received the memorial, they were alarmed and hastily sent someone to invite Fang Xianling back to the Secretariat. As soon as Fang Xianling entered the Secretariat, everyone in the Secretariat gathered outside his office. Fang Xianling frowned and asked, "What is the meaning of this?" "Master Fang, you should first take a look at this urgent memorial from the Long Yu Circuit." Fang Xianling was shocked when he heard this. He hurriedly took the memorial from the man's hand and read it carefully. Fang Xuanling's face suddenly changed.
He hastily shouted, "Quickly prepare a sedan chair.
Old man wants to enter the palace to meet His Imperial Majesty." Chapter 1392. At the Tang residence near the Gate of Golden Light in Chong and West City. At the Tang residence. Because of Zhang Feng's arrival, all the people in Chong and quickly gathered around. Tang Hao seemed to be in no hurry at all. Along with hundreds of servants, he surrounded the residence and confronted Zhang Feng. Chung Chimo and the others let loose, pointing at Tang Hao's nose and cursing him. How could the Tang family members take it? They started cursing at each other as well. They looked like shrews cursing on the street. However, Tang Hao still ignored him. Zhang Feng also ignored them. Zhang Feng could vaguely sense that Tang Hao was too calm. He frowned and asked, "Old Yu Ligon, do you know if the Wang clan will stand up at this time?" Yu Qigong thought for a moment and said, "I don't think so. As long as the Wang family has a brain and doesn't want to make an enemy of the emperor, he won't stand up." Zhang Feng nodded and pointed at Tang Hao.
"Then tell me, who is he waiting for?"
Yu Qigong, Li Gan, and the others immediately realized where the problem lay. However, even though they knew a lot of secrets, they did not know what other methods the Tang family possessed. If there were any, it would be because of their friendship with the retired emperor. However, at this time, the retired emperor did not say anything. In other words, what their Tang family had done this time around had indeed caused the retired emperor to be furious. Otherwise, the retired emperor's men would have sent a secret memorial to him by now. At this moment, two people hurriedly squeezed through the crowd. The person in the lead was Li Shimon's eunuch, Xiao Gizi. Xiao Gizi and Zhang Feng bowed, then looked at Yu Qigong and Li Chengqian. "Young Master Li, Old Master Yu, Second Master has something to tell you. He wants you to hurry back." The three of them were shocked when they heard that. Something to tell them at this time? What could it be? Zhang Feng didn't think much of it.
In his opinion, the two of them were called back because the emperor had something important to tell them.
Could it be that the emperor and the retired emperor wanted to protect the Tang family? After all, in his opinion, if the emperor didn't want to protect the Tang family, then there was no need for him to send people to investigate the Tang family before he came. Zhang Feng couldn't help but ask, "Hey, did Lao Li mention anything about this place?" When Xiao Gizi heard this, he looked at Zhang Feng strangely and then looked at Li Chengqian.
He then said, "Prince Zhang, Second Master said before that you have full authority to handle the matters here."
However, this is just the beginning. Later on, he suddenly received something and hurriedly had Elder Yu and young Master Li return. "As for the matters here, you should wait first." "All right, I'll wait." When Zhang Feng heard this, he instantly understood most of the situation. Something had happened to the emperor. In other words, the emperor wanted to protect the Tang family? After they left, Zhang Feng glanced around and saw that Feng Ong from the Ministry of Justice was still standing to the side. He couldn't help but ask, "Lord Feng, you heard what they said just now. Then what about the matters here?" As he spoke, Zhang Feng glanced behind Feng Ong. How could Feng Ong not understand Zhang Feng's meaning? He gritted his teeth and said, "Prince Zhang, after all, this official still has some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. I hope Prince Zhang won't be impatient. We'll be back soon." As he spoke, Feng Ong hurriedly led the people from the Ministry of Justice away. What a joke. The emperor's favorite, Xiao Gizi, had already spoken. At this time, Zhang Feng also spoke. It was obvious that he wanted to make a move. At this time, the emperor called the two of them away. It was clear that he didn't want to get involved in this matter. Then what was he doing here? If he didn't leave now, when would he leave? After everyone had left, the crowd's discussion grew even louder, and Tang Hao's gaze gradually turned cold. He didn't expect that they would leave at this time. What was the meaning of this? At this time, Zhang Feng called out to Cheng Chumo and the others, who were blushing with anger. Cheng Chumo was so angry that his beard blew and his eyes widened. Fengzi, that brat's mouth is too cheap. He actually dared to call you a motherless bastard. Wait for Lao Tzu to tear him apart alive. Who said that? Before Zhang Feng could speak, Gao Kan shouted angrily. This shout startled Cheng Chumo. He looked at the red-eyed Gao Kan with a trembling voice and swallowed with difficulty. He avoided Gao Kan's gaze and pointed at a thin-lipped middle-aged man from the Tang family. It's him. If you have the guts, go find him. Don't shout at me. Gao Kan heard this and clenched his fists. Zhang Feng didn't stop him. Instead, he looked at Cheng Chumo and said, Lao Li just sent a message. He said that he has something important to discuss. You guys should go and listen. Hearing this, Wei Shuyu and the others instantly noticed that Li Changqian and Yu Qigong were gone. They hurriedly said, But if you leave, won't you be at a disadvantage? Zhang Feng pointed at Old Ma and the others behind him and said, Don't tell me you think that Old Ma and the others can't crush this group of ants? Go. Cheng Chumo and the others weren't willing to. However, Zhang Feng's face instantly turned cold and he shouted, Get lost! Hearing this, the few of them walked away, turning their heads back every few steps. After they left, Zhang Feng waved his hand and called Old Ma and the others over. He asked, Are Jia Daoren and the others here? Old Master, we've been here for a long time. At this moment, Zhang Feng finally noticed that Jia Daoren was holding a kitchen knife, and Zheng Tufu had been standing behind him for a long time. This gave Zhang Feng a big fright. No wonder he felt a chill down his spine. So that's what happened. Zhang Feng touched Tufu Zheng's bloody knife and said speechlessly, Don't point this thing at me. President Zhang, what do you mean by this? Do you really want to kill the entire Tang family in front of all the people of Chang'an? Chapter 1393. In an instant. All the onlookers were in an uproar. What did that mean? Did they slaughter the whole Tang family? And in front of all the people in Chang'an City? Could it be? In an instant. All the onlookers were in an uproar. Damn it! It seems that the people of the Ministry of Justice were sent away just now. Could it be that Prince Zhang and President Zhang really want to kill people on the street? I think it's possible. President Zhang is kind-hearted, but what the Tang family did was really a bit too much. You didn't see the situation in Mount Shao today. The whole place is in chaos. You should know that group of hooligans, but they beat up everyone they saw in Mount Shao today. And anyone who dares to say a good word about President Zhang will be beaten up by them. What? That's outrageous. They are so arrogant. Are the runners sent to Mount Shao by the Chang'an local government just for show? For show? You don't know. Where are the people of the local government? They were all kidnapped by them. Hiss. Terrifying? Are they so arrogant? Do you think you all know Qian Wanli, the son of Qian Tong, the manager of Hungtong Money House? Yes, I know. Didn't that guy do a paper business with Hungtong Money House? I heard that it was very popular and made a lot of money. But, I know. Today, Qian Wanli is holding a funeral in his mansion. Now President Zhang is wearing mourning clothes in person. Is Qian Wanli gone? In an instant. All the people knew the cause and effect of the matter, and the people of the Tang family also heard the discussion. In an instant, some of the people of the Tang family panicked. And more of them wanted to leave. At this time, Tang Hao's face became a little gloomy. EFO raised his sleeve and said, Shut up, all of you! What does the death of Qian Tong's son have to do with old man? Didn't I transmigrate from Mount E some time ago and someone died of poisoning because he was tinkering with that phosphate fertilizer? Is this also because of me? This matter wasn't done by that brat of yours. Zhang Feng interrupted Tang Hao. Instantly, Tang Hao's expression changed drastically. Before he spoke, Zhang Feng did not speak. At such a crucial moment, Zhang Feng interrupted him. What was the meaning of this? Instantly, all the citizens began to discuss again.
Zhang Feng shouted, "Everyone!
I'm sure everyone knows about the mask that has been circulating recently, right? That's right. That thing was indeed created by me, but do you know what it is used for? That thing is used to isolate poisonous things. Only when the poisonous things are broken down will the remaining things be non-poisonous and useful to the Zhuang family."
Tang Hao laughed and said, "What a glib tongue.
What's poisonous is poisonous. How can this thing be decomposed? Brat, if you want to impose a crime, just say it. Why do you have to do this?"
Zhang Feng already knew that he would say this.
He smiled coldly and said, "I'm sure everyone knows about latrines. And they're latrines that are always closed. The smell of the phosphate fertilizer is similar to that thing. I'd like to ask everyone, what will happen if we spend too much time in the latrines? What will happen if one of you spend a night in the latrines? Will you feel dizzy and nauseous? Dare I ask if anyone here has poured night incense in the imperial palace? If there is, please tell us if this Zhang is right or wrong." In an instant, everyone was shocked. There really were a few people who had been involved in this matter who spoke of this matter. In an instant, Tang Hao's face gradually darkened. He looked at Zhang Feng and said, "Even if your phosphate fertilizer really doesn't poison people, how can you prove that the grain grown from your phosphate fertilizer isn't poisonous?" Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, "I'd like to ask if Patriarch Tang has ever used farm fertilizer on your crops? In other words, night incense fertilizer? If you have used it, is Patriarch Tang well? If you haven't used it, have you ever used the latrines? Has that place ever poisoned Patriarch Tang?" In an instant, everyone was in an uproar. After all, they were all farmers who dealt with the Zhuang family. How could they not know about this matter? The matter of Dr. Sun eating yellow ginger on the street and Zhang Feng's statement on the street today instantly made everyone understand the truth of the matter. However, they also instantly realized that there seemed to be something wrong with this matter. That was, did this matter have anything to do with the Tang family? If it had nothing to do with the Tang family, what was President Zhang doing? But it was impossible to say that it had nothing to do with the Tang family. The emperor and the people from the Ministry of Justice couldn't just ignore it. Moreover, they had handed the matter over to Zhang Feng. Most importantly, the four great Confucian scholars and Dr. Sun were all on Zhang Feng's side.
On one side were the emperor, the Ministry of Justice, the Chong and local government, the four great Confucian scholars and Dr. Sun, and on the other side was the unruly and domineering Tang family.
For a moment,
the truth of this matter had been revealed to the world.
Moreover, the young master of the Tang family was an existence that everyone in Chang'an City wanted to beat up.
If you were to say that he was capable of doing such a thing, it would really be his style.
After all, every autumn after the harvest, the tenant farmers of the Tang family would often receive such treatment from the Tang family. For a moment, all the people on the street who had been persecuted by the Tang family hid far away and criticized the Tang family for their persecution over the years.
The people of the Tang family and the servants finally retreated slowly at this time.
Seeing this, Tang Hao's eyes became a little cold. He looked at Zhang Feng and asked coldly, "Zhang Feng, do you really want to commit murder on the street?" Zhang Feng spread his hands and said, "In comparison, I, Zhang Feng, am not interested in killing people. I'm just here for revenge." Chapter 1394. Tang Hao heard this. Tang Hao narrowed his eyes. "Revenge? Aren't you afraid of the authorities? Are you going to defy the law like this? How can someone like you be called a great scholar? How can you be the director of a hospital?" Zhang Feng ignored Tang Hao.
He patted Gao Ken on the shoulder and said, "Gao Ken, who did Tainyo say was scolding me?"
"It's him." Gao Ken angrily pointed at the middle-aged man and roared.
Zhang Feng nodded and said, "Then go."
"How dare you? Zhang Feng, this is the Tang family. How can you kill people here? Guards! If anyone dares to take a step forward, kill them."
Hearing this, Old Ma directly raised his arm and shouted, "Protect the director.
If anyone dares to come close, kill them. Kill." In an instant, more than 60 people wearing white shirts with the words, "White Deer Security," embroidered on their chests stood in front of Zhang Feng, surrounding him behind them.
How could these random guards compare to that aura? When the commoners saw this, they quickly retreated in shock. Gao Can was like an iron tower. Naturally, he was taller than ordinary people. At this time, the burly men of the Tang family were like strong lambs in front of Gao Kansas. How could they stop Gao Can? In addition, Gao Can had trained in the army for a month. At this time, although he was not good at weapons, he still gave people a very oppressive feeling even if he was bare-handed.
Zhang Feng. You bastard, what do you want to do?
The middle-aged man and Tang Hao almost shouted in anger at the same time. However, Zhang Feng acted as if he didn't hear anything. He turned around and cupped his fists towards the people behind him. Everyone, today, Zhang Feng is here to seek justice for my brother and also to take revenge. Moreover, I came here with the Emperor's imperial edict. However, the Tang family refused to cooperate and even insulted me. That's fine, but just a moment ago, I heard that the people accused the Tang family of taking bribes and bending the law. Not only that, they also committed many crimes over the years. I, Zhang Feng, as the Viscount of Xingshan, should share the Emperor's burden. Today, I, Zhang Feng, am here to investigate. You have also seen that the Tang family not only did they block the Ministry of Justice's Assistant Minister Feng Ong from investigating, they also tried to use force to intimidate us.
What is this?
This is a crime of treason. As he spoke, Zhang Feng unfolded the imperial edict. In an instant, the crowd of people all knelt down. Zhang Feng raised the imperial edict and said, "Today, the emperor has issued an imperial edict. He wants me, Zhang Feng, to handle this matter impartially. The people who have been bullied by the Tang family in the past can report to me. Today, I, Zhang Feng, will redress the grievances of the people."
Wow! In an instant, all the people were shocked.
Although everyone witnessed it with their own eyes, the Tang family was said to be related to the imperial family. Therefore, up until now, when people criticized them, they only dared to say it in the crowd. They did not dare to do it openly because they were afraid that the Tang family would seek revenge at this time. If that happened, people would really die. But now...
At this moment,
along with a shrill scream, the crowd was shocked. Everyone was shocked and turned to look at the place where the scream came from. They saw that the thin-mouthed middle-aged man of the Tang family, who had insulted Zhang Feng before, was now raised high by the man. His neck was bent to the side unnaturally. At this moment, the crowd could still hear the sound of bones breaking and the torso being stretched continuously. For a moment, a chill suddenly spread in the hearts of the Tang family and the people. Seeing this, Tang Hao instantly asked in a shrill voice, "Zhang Feng, the Tang family and you have no grievances in the past. Why do you have to kill all of us?"
Kill all of us?
Zhang Feng sneered and said, "Recently, if it weren't for Qian Wanli's name, the people who killed all of us were your people, right?" Tang Hao's face changed and he hurriedly said, "Old man said that today's matter has nothing to do with the Tang family. Why are you being so overbearing?"
I'm aggressive?
Zhang Feng pointed in the direction of the academy and said, "I, Zhang Feng, have never offended anyone and I don't want to offend anyone. On Shao Mountain, which is far away from trouble, I just want to set up an academy to educate people and live a peaceful life."
But what did the Tang family do today?
I, Zhang Feng, have never held back anything that I have made. I have used all of it on the people. I want to ask the Tang family, isn't the purpose of today's event the phosphate fertilizer? Isn't it because you know the method to double the output and want to take it for yourself? Don't be in a hurry to deny it because there are many people on Shao Mountain today and that little bastard of the Tang family has already told me the truth.
Humph!
How can the crime of rape be without a pretext? Does the Tang family need to do this? This is just the result of your torture. You can say whatever you want now. Why do you need to explain to us? Don't be hypocritical, Zhang Feng. Tell me, how do you want to take revenge? Do you want to kill everyone in the Tang family before you're willing to stop? I, Tang Hao, also told you that this matter was indeed ordered by me. How can these lowly people deserve such things? Do they deserve it? To tell you the truth, it's not just this matter. In fact, the Tang family has been plotting against you for a long time. This time, it's just a test. Do you think that only the Tang family is involved in this matter?
Let me tell you. You think too simply.
You can't afford to offend people who want your life. Chapter 1395. At the same time in the Imperial study, Li Shimin looked at the reports one by one, his face so gloomy that it was about to drip water. Tubo, Hari City's Tang Dynasty informants were exposed. Lessa City, the stronghold was destroyed, all of the informants were killed. Chilan spies were burned by a mysterious person, all of the important documents in the past few years disappeared. Many of our colleagues in Tuyuhungirmu, Domar, and other places have been annihilated, and it all happened in one night. Li Shimin heard this and angrily slammed the table, shouting, "When did this happen? Why did the news only come out today?" Seeing this, those small yellow doors were instantly scared half to death. They hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, this all happened 5 days ago, and it all happened overnight. Overnight, all the important secret memorials and other things in these places disappeared, and the remaining things were all burned down. Even the method was the same." Hearing this, Wei Zheng, Li Chengqian, and the others' hearts sank. In one night, the method was the same, and all of the important and confidential documents disappeared. They had come prepared. Who could it be? Li Shimin lit a cigarette and asked with trembling hands, "Did you find out who did it?" Replying to Your Majesty, there were no clues left in the places where the families were destroyed, but there was a strange thing. There was a businessman surnamed Tang who would open his business in a high-profile manner the next day, and it was all grain at half price. Tang family. Tang family again. I should have thought it was the Tang family. Li Shimin's face was instantly filled with killing intent. "All of you leave." After everyone left, Li Shimin once again wandered around the Imperial study. After a while he asked, "Everyone, have you ever thought about whether this Tang family is this Tang family?" Previously, if Li Yuan hadn't told Li Shimin some of the secrets of the Tang family, Li Shimin really wouldn't have guessed. But now, combined with what he was doing and what Yu Qigong had said, this Tang family seemed to be waiting for something, not afraid of Zhang Feng, and not even afraid of the Imperial Edict. He had a guess. Now the truth was out. Thinking of this, Li Shimin asked, "Du Ruhui, quickly investigate, from the drought to the plague of locusts, how many spies were sent to Tubo and Tuyuhan, and how many of them were from the Tang family?" Hearing this, Du Ruhui hurriedly went to investigate. A moment later, Du Ruhui entered the Imperial study with a list of names and said, "Your Majesty, in total, more than 3,000 people have been sent out. Most of them are from the local factions of Guanzhong and people loyal to Your Majesty, but this Tang family seems to have less than 100 people." 100. This time, Li Shimin finally understood. Although there were only 100 people, it seemed that these 100 people had linked the plan together. Moreover, if they were to interact with these people, it wouldn't be difficult to find out who was sent this time. As long as there was someone who wanted to do something, then, in addition, he had just received a secret report that the Tang family had been selling firearms in recent years, so there was no need to think about it. "Your Majesty, this subject has something to say." Zhang Sun Wuji stood up and said. Li Shimin waved his hand and said, "Speak." This subject thinks that the Tang family might be the ones who destroyed the secret outposts in Tubo and Tuyuhan. This subject agrees. This subject also agrees. Hearing this, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the others all stood up and said. Li Shimin frowned slightly. Such a big matter couldn't be a coincidence, but more like someone was planning something. Chang Yaojin saw this and hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, I don't think this is Kong Yingda's doing. Although he is usually a little arrogant, he wouldn't be able to do something like this." But under Li Shimin's glare, he hurriedly took back his words. Li Shimin nodded. "You're right. As long as Kong Yingda isn't crazy, he wouldn't do something like this." Reporting. At this moment, a Jinwu guard rushed into the Imperial study. Seeing that the officials were hesitating, Li Shimin said unhappily, "Speak." "We just received news from the Tang residents. The head of the Tang family, Tang Hao, said in public that the Tang family wasn't the only one who dealt with Prince Zhang. Moreover, the head of the Tang family admitted his guilt in public." Li Shimin was shocked when he heard this and hurriedly asked, "Jinwu guard, did you find any strange or suspicious people outside the Tang residence?" The Jinwu guard cupped his fists and said, "We haven't found anything yet." This matter was a little strange. What exactly was Tang Hao thinking? Why was he so sure? Where did his courage come from? Li Shimin couldn't suppress his killing intent anymore. He said indifferently, What did Zhang Feng say? Prince Zhang said that he was just following the law and investigating Qian Wanli's murderer and the real culprit. Moreover, that person called Gao Can has already killed the person who insulted Prince Zhang. Prince Zhang is now seeking justice for the people and seems to want to. Li Shimin heard this and asked, "Everyone, what do you think should be done? Should we stop them?" Wei Zhang and the others were in a difficult position. It was reasonable to stop this matter and hand it over to Marble for interrogation. But if they left it alone, the Academy wouldn't have a moment of peace in the future. They would fall into the Tang family's trap again. After thinking for a long time, Li Chengqian said, "Imperial Father, I think that this matter can't be delayed." Chapter 1396. In fact, when Li Shimin discussed this matter with Li Yuan, he had thought about the possibility of this. However, he never expected that such a thing would happen at this time. The matter of the Tibetan spies was something that he had planned for a long time. Furthermore, it was related to his grand plan of unifying Tibet in the future. If he really killed the people of the Tang clan, then the people of the Tang clan in Tibet would definitely reveal even more spies of the Great Tang. If that was the case, it was not good for the current situation. If the Tibetans were enraged and mobilized their troops, the Great Tang would be in an even greater predicament. But if he did not do anything about it, not only would Zhang Feng's academy be unable to maintain, but there would be endless such things in the future. Once such a precedent was set, the mastermind behind this would be more unscrupulous. Who was the mastermind behind this? Li Shimin slammed his fist on the table, scaring Wei Zhang and the others. They hurriedly got up, bowed and stood in place, not daring to move. Moreover, this matter was extremely troublesome even for them. They did not dare to make a decision lightly, let alone the emperor. "Yu Qigong, tell me your thoughts. Also, what exactly happened in the military camp?" Yu Qigong hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, this is the confession of the Tangs and those scoundrels." As he spoke, he handed over a blood-stained memorial. Li Shimin frowned slightly and said, "Did you torture them?" "Well, the Tangs didn't torture them. They were just a few scoundrels who made the most noise." Hearing this, Li Shimin nodded and read it 3 times without missing a word. The more he read, the more he could not suppress the anger in his heart. After a while, Li Shimin was furious and said, "Guards! Check all the properties of the Tangs. Anyone surnamed Tang in Chong, and should be handed over to the Ministry of Justice for strict interrogation. Everyone related to this matter should be investigated. Anyone who dares to stop me should be killed. As for the Tangs, let Fengzi deal with them himself." When Wei Zhang heard this, he hurriedly asked, "Your Majesty, you can't. The Tang family is involved in a lot of things, and there must be a mastermind behind all this. It will only make things worse. Moreover, the Tang family members who are scattered outside are even more numerous. Your Majesty, please reconsider. How many can there be? Catch as many as you can." Li Shimin waved his sleeve and said, "Zhen has decided. Hurry up and do it." Wei Zhang sighed bitterly. Fang Xianling hurriedly asked, "Your Majesty, Kong Yingda was wrongly accused in this matter." "Did Kong Yingda?" Speaking of Kong Yingda, Li Shimin felt a headache coming on. "If you want to kill him, then so be it. He really couldn't kill him. Let's not kill him, right? This old fellow really likes to jump around." After thinking for a while, Li Shimin said, "Pass down the decree. Let Kong Yingda write a memorial and hand it over. Go back to your hometown. No one from the Kong family is allowed to step into Chong'an for the rest of their lives. Anyone who dares to plead for mercy will end up like this." At the Tang mansion, everyone was in a state of panic. People kept coming to Zhang Feng's place to denounce the Tang family for doing all kinds of evil things to them. Niu Weili also came in a hurry. As long as he could prove it, he would investigate on the spot. Then, he would chain up no less than 10 people. The gate of the Tang mansion was still blocked by people. However, there were very few people behind Tang Hao. Tang Hao didn't seem to care too much about this. Instead, he looked straight at Zhang Feng. After the last person in charge of the Tang family behind him was taken away, Niu Weili stood in front of him and scolded, "Tang Hao, someone accused you of killing Tu Lao San and his family of 9 3 years ago at the 10-mile slope. How do you explain this? And just now, the Yamen runners dug up 9 skeletons there. How do you explain this?" Tang Hao looked at Niu Weili with disdain and said,
I did it. What are you going to do about it? As a slave, you should have the consciousness of a slave. You dared to dirty old man's clothes. It's normal to want the lives of his family. Lord Nyo, what do you want to do? Do you want the old man to pay with his life for those 9 bastards? Why don't you ask them if they deserve it? Nyo Weili was in a dilemma. Although he did want to arrest Tang Hao, and what Tang Hao did today was witnessed by everyone, it was reasonable for him to be detained. However, Zhang Feng was here, and he was the one in charge. Nyo Weili couldn't overstep his authority. He quickly asked, Prince Zhang, what do you think we should do about this? Zhang Feng stared into Tang Hao's eyes and said, a debt must be paid with money. A life must be paid with a life. This is an iron law since ancient times. Do you still need to ask me about this? Nyo Weili was in a dilemma. But But what? I was ordered to come here today to kill him. If you don't have the heart to do it, I'll do it. Hearing this, Nyo Weili was sweating profusely. Seeing this, Zhang Feng glanced at Nyo Weili and said, Old Ma, come on, kill him. Old Ma had wanted to do this for a long time. However, he didn't dare to act rashly without Zhang Feng's permission. At this time, seeing Zhang Feng shouting, many people shouted and wanted to kill Tang Hao with their own hands. Among them, Gao Can made the most noise. However, he was stopped by Zhang Feng. At this time, Tang Hao finally panicked. He hurriedly shouted, Zhang Feng, do you dare to kill me? Believe it or not, in another hour, the emperor will definitely withdraw the order. At this time, Li Xiaogong, who still came late, said indifferently, you can't wait. Zhang Feng boy, the emperor said that everything is up to you. Chapter 1397. Hiss. When everyone heard this, they could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. No one expected that Li Xiaogong would give such an order. When the commoners heard this, most of them cheered wildly for the emperor. Tang Hao, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. He looked at Li Xiaogong and shouted, That's impossible. The emperor would never say that. Li Xiaogong, how dare you falsify the imperial edict? How should you be punished? I don't accept this. I want to see the emperor. Zhang Feng, you dare to kill me today. Do you know that I know that you will kill me today? But do you know that if you kill me today, many things about the Tujue and the Tuyuhun will be exposed to the world? Can you bear the responsibility if the world is in turmoil? Zhang Feng, you said that you are doing this for the benefit of the people. You are simply putting the people of the Tang dynasty in a terrible situation. Zhang, you. Let go of the old man. The old man has something to say. Zhang Fengli couldn't be bothered with him. He bowed respectfully to Li Xiao and said, Lord Li, is what he said true? Li Xiaogong gave him a brief summary of what the emperor had said and the information he had received today. When Zhang Feng heard this, he instantly understood what Tang Hao was using as a shield. He was simply courting death. He thought that Tang Hao would have something powerful to rely on. It turned out that he was testing the waters on the verge of death. Since the emperor could think of the same things as Zhang Feng, this matter was equivalent to Zhang Feng's scheme. How could he not have a backup plan if he could think of so many things? Did he really think that he could use the small clues that his Tang family had discovered as a means to threaten the emperor? This was simply... What an idiot! Li Xiaogong seemed to know about Zhang Feng's plan. He could not help but ask, I heard that this plan is exactly as you guessed? If that's the case, what do you plan to do? Zhang Feng rubbed his forehead. Today, I came here for my brother. As for the rest, even if it's a big matter, let's talk about it another day. Hearing this, Li Xiaogong didn't know what else to say. He cupped his fists and left in a hurry. He seemed to have gone to report on his mission. As for Zhang Feng, he never liked killing people, but if they dared to provoke him, there was nothing he could say. At this moment, Gao Can led his men and charged in. Nyo Weili also led a large group of bailiffs and White Deer College's security guards and charged in. Only Zhang Tufu and Shiva were left behind, glaring at Zhang Feng like tigers watching their prey. As for the commoners, they surrounded Tang Hao and sent him to the canal by the roadside. Before Old Ma could do anything, Tang Hao was already on the verge of death. Old Ma was also injured. Old Ma was so angry that he tied Tang Hao to a willow tree by the canal and stood aside, ignoring him. At this moment, How could the furious commoners wait any longer? They all went forward, punching and kicking. As they beat, they cried and shouted. Some even went up to Tang Hao and bit him. In an instant Tang Hao, who had fainted from the pain, woke up and screamed miserably. Zhang Feng, you son of a b*tch. If you have the ability, give Lao Tzu a quick death. Please let my wife and children go. I'll tell you everything. Ah! Just as Zhang Feng was about to agree, Zhang Feng turned his head and saw an old woman ruthlessly piercing Tang Hao's eye socket with her walking stick. In an instant, Tang Hao struggled for a moment and stopped moving. Zhang Feng was depressed. He vented his anger. He hurriedly shouted, "Don't smash his head. We still have to pay respects to Wanli later." At Tang Mansion, everything went smoothly. Moreover, the main culprit had been executed. Zhang Feng did not want to continue the killing. Anyway, the Tang family was not clean. He would leave it to Niu Weili and the Ministry of Justice to deal with. Tang Hao's head was placed in a broken gunny sack by old Ma and handed to Zhang Feng. Blood was still dripping from the head. Zhang Feng carried the head without hesitation. Once again, he led the pale-faced Ma Zhou and the rest to Qian Wanli's mansion. Zhang Feng glanced at Ma Zhou and asked, "Do you think I went overboard?" Ma Zhou and the rest looked at the head that was still dripping with blood and the commoners who were excitedly cheering with firecrackers. They nodded their heads. "Teacher, I think it's best to leave this matter to the authorities." Zhang Feng glanced at Hao Chujun and the rest. Seeing that they had the same thoughts as Ma Zhou, he could not help but sigh. "You haven't learned enough. This matter can indeed be left to the authorities. However, do you know that the one who died was your brother? You and Wanli are all my brothers. If I don't personally deal with this matter today, do you think the Academy will be able to live peacefully in the future? It won't. Because those with ulterior motives will think that the people of the Academy are easy to bully. What happened today will happen again. As for who will be next, I don't know. However, I don't want to lose any of you. This is the main reason why I took action today. Firstly, it is to seek justice for Wanli. Secondly, it is to tell the world that White Deer College is under the protection of me, Zhang Feng. Whoever dares to cause trouble will have to go through me, Zhang Feng. Chapter 1398. Master, someone just said that President Zhang killed Wanli personally. Now, the Tang family has been massacred by President Zhang and Zhang Feng. Tang Hao is also beaten to death by the people. At this moment, Zhang Feng is rushing here. Should we? No. My nephew can't die in vain. This is all because of that bastard Zhang Feng. If it weren't for him, how could Wanli be in such a mess? Beat Zhang Feng to death to avenge my brother. After the butler told them about what had happened to Zhang Feng, the Qian family, who heard the news, were instantly furious. Basically, they didn't allow Zhang Feng to come. After all, before, Qian Wanli was just an ordinary person. But now, Qian Wanli was equivalent to the hope of the Qian family's rise. Moreover, Qian Wanli's business was not limited to just this little bit. One had to know that although the higher-ups had already given him the title of Baron of County, compared to the glorious road that Wanli could bring to the family in the future, this title was nothing. Qian Tong listened to the angry voices, looked at the crying madam, and then looked at the coffin. He sighed and said, "Because of Prince Zhang's care, the Qian family can be said to have risen to the clouds. If it weren't for Prince Zhang's approval, for Wanli's sake, do you think that the Qian family would be qualified to touch the sales of white paper?" He had stayed in Chang'an for a long time. Naturally, he knew some of the secrets. Although he didn't know who was selling white paper in the other shops, those shops were all owned by the royal family and the dukes. One could only imagine who would be able to buy these shops. If Zhang Feng could give him the right to sell white paper, how could he, a small businessman, do that? This matter is Wanli's bad luck. Prince Zhang is always Wanli's teacher. Today, Prince Zhang can cause havoc in Chang'an City for Wanli. Our Qian family is satisfied. But, big brother, Wanli is the hope of our Qian family. At this time, a man who looked quite similar to Qian Tong, but was slightly thin and dark, said with some anger. At this moment, two other men and women who looked similar to Qian Tong also gathered around. Although our Qian family isn't a big family or a famous official, we still have some influence in Chang'an and the surrounding areas. Today, Wanli's nephew and disciple met with such an accident. We really can't take this lying down. And big brother, you only have Wanli. Alas! Qian Tong at this time, when he thought of this matter. Let's not talk about this anymore. Besides, even if my Wanli is no longer around, don't we still have the skewers? Hearing this, everyone's eyes couldn't help but burst into a burst of bitterness. That was right. Qian Wanli did Wanli. He was only 3 years away from Wanli. Wanli was a child Qian Tong had when he was away, but this child had some problems with his IQ. Although he was brought back to Chang'an in his early years, he had been unable to enter the family tree. This was also a person the Qian family didn't dare to mention. They were afraid of losing face. At this time, Qian Wanli was so outstanding that no one dared to mention the Qian family. But now, Qian Tong took the initiative to mention it. How could everyone not be sad? Brother, why do you have to do this? Alas! Qian Tong waved his hand and sighed. Okay, everything is fine. Zhang Feng is the benefactor of our Qian family. He was, is, and will be. I don't want today's matter to happen again. If anyone dares to mention this in the future, I, Qian Tong, will definitely cut off all ties with them. Also, after Wanli's matter is over, we sisters should talk about the county baron title first. It is more appropriate to give it to our nephew. The county baron title. This was the main purpose of the Qian family today. Their purpose. It was for this. As for paying homage to Qian Wanli, that was just an excuse. They wanted to take the opportunity to fish for some benefits from Zhang Feng. After all, they were all businessmen, and they had already enjoyed the benefits of this white paper business. Wanli's death was bound to cut off this business. This was something they didn't dare to think about. If they missed out on this money tree, what could be more profitable than this? Furthermore, Zhang Feng had more than these things in his hands. He also had the even more attractive phosphate fertilizer. This was also the culprit that caused Qian Wanli's death. Once they got their hands on this thing, they would be rich. But even though they had good intentions, Qian Tong wasn't a fool. Zhang Feng could kill so many people in Chang'an today, and the Imperial Palace didn't care. What did this mean? This meant that the people in the Imperial Palace were paying attention to this matter, and it was the Imperial Palace who had blocked all of this. Otherwise, who would dare act so presumptuously in front of the Son of Heaven? Moreover, how could he, Qian Tong, not know what these relatives who had never met for 8 lifetimes were thinking? Qian Tong burned the paper in his hand and said, Today's matter I, Qian Tong, will make it clear in front of Wanli. What Prince Zhang gave me, I will keep, and what I can't take, I won't take a single word. If anyone dares to ask Prince Zhang for anything in front of me or behind my back, even if I have to risk my life, I will settle accounts with them. Chapter 1399. Qian Tong's words instantly caused an uproar. No one knew what Qian Tong was thinking. After all, at this time, his son had died because of Zhang Feng. At this time, it was not excessive to ask for his son's death. But why would Qian Tong give up? This was very unreasonable. Moreover, the purpose of everyone coming here today was for this matter. Now that Qian Tong said this, didn't it mean that their plans had fallen through? In an instant, everyone's thoughts couldn't help but become lively. Some people even began to feel angry and anxious because of this matter. Big brother, you're confused. Think about it. This is what Zhang Feng owes our Qian family. If it weren't for him, how could Wanli have died? We're all doing this for you. Big brother, if you don't want to think about yourself, then think about it. What if, after 100 years, you become a traitor? Who would? Impudence! Qian Tong roared furiously. In an instant, there was no more sound in the entire Qian house. Even Madame Qian, who was crying and burning joss paper for Qian Wanli, stopped crying. What are you shouting for? You sisters quarrel as soon as you meet. Haven't you quarreled enough for several decades? Today, Wanli's classmate has come to our Qian family as a guest. So how can you elders be so ridiculous? At this moment, old Madame Qian's angry voice sounded from the backyard. In an instant, the expressions of Qian Tong and the others changed slightly. Qian Tong hurried over to the old lady and said, Mother, what are you doing here? It's windy here. Quickly help the old lady back. The old lady was a little dizzy, as if there was a layer of mist covering her eyes, but at this time, she stubbornly hit Qian Tong's hand and asked in confusion, Tong, what are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you all wearing white? Isn't this nonsense? Today is Wan Li's.
Mother, Wan Li is dead.
A woman who looked very similar to Qian Tong couldn't help crying.
Qian Tong heard this and hurriedly scolded. Qian Xiaoa, if you dare to talk nonsense in front of old madam again, do you believe I won't kick you out of the house today?
Wait!
When the old lady saw this, she hurriedly interrupted Qian Tong's words, staring at Qian Tong with her turbid eyes as she asked, Little goose, tell me, what happened to Wan Li?
The old lady's eyes were blurred. But she was not confused. At this moment, she was puzzled. Why did they all come back when it wasn't the New Year or any holiday? Moreover, they were all wearing mourning clothes. What was this for?
Qian Tong glared at everyone, then hurriedly said, Mother, you heard wrong.
That child Wan Li is going to worship his ancestors.
He said that the emperor bestowed upon him the title of Baron, so I called all of them back and prepared to worship our ancestors.
Qian Tong spouted some nonsense. Finally, the old lady calmed down.
However, the old lady wasn't muddle-headed. When she heard this, she asked even more suspiciously, Wan Li?
Where is Wan Li? Where's Wan Li?
I want to hear from Wan Li.
That child Wan Li wouldn't lie. Wan Li, where are you? Come to Granny.
Qian Tong heard this and tears poured out of his eyes.
Mrs. Qian directly lay in front of Qian Wan Li's coffin and cried silently. The Qian family finally realized that something was wrong at this time.
They hurriedly tried to dissuade the old lady. The more they tried to dissuade her, the more suspicious the old lady became. Regardless of everyone's attempts to stop her, the old lady waved her crutches and let two young maidservants help her to the front of the hall.
Just when everyone mistakenly thought that things couldn't be concealed anymore, Zhang Feng's voice sounded in a timely manner. Granny!
After hearing this voice, the old lady finally calmed down.
She followed the voice in surprise and walked towards Zhang Feng. Everyone in the Qian family looked at the bloody sack in Zhang Feng's hand and were shocked. Qian Tong hurriedly stepped forward, wanting to say something, but was stopped by Zhang Feng. This is the sacrifice I just asked for from the Tang family. While speaking, the old lady had already arrived in front of Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng grabbed the old lady and said, Granny, let's go to the backyard and talk.
No. The old lady refused and shook her head again and again. I heard that you were rewarded by the emperor?
Zhang Feng nodded and said,
Yes.
Our Qian family is now rich.
I'm also a person with a noble title.
Good, good, good. Let's go and pay respects to the ancestors of the Qian family. Without the blessings of our ancestors, how could our Qian family have such a good seedling like you? Let's go and pay respects to the ancestors. Qian Tong's tears never dried. If it was really his son standing here at this time, how good would that be?
But, Mother,
there are guests in the front yard. Wan Li should go to the front yard. With this reminder, the old lady remembered something important. She quickly pushed Zhang Feng and said, Oh right, our Qian family owes a lot to your dean. You have to go and take care of him. Don't leave him out in the cold. By the way, Tonger, for such a big matter, we must be willing to spend money. We have to invite all the neighbors over to join in the fun. Zhang Feng suddenly saw the old lady's words and actions when he was admitted to the university. His heart ached and he said, Grandma, grandson wants to talk with you. No. There are so many guests. Zhang Feng took the old lady's hand and said, It's okay. The dean said that filial piety is the most important. If we are filial to Grandma, the dean will only praise us. Moreover, I also miss Grandma. Hearing this, the old lady smiled and her wrinkled face opened up. She hurriedly pulled Zhang Feng to her backyard. At this time, Qian Tong and the others looked at the direction Zhang Feng and the old lady went and then looked at the sack in their hands that was still dripping blood. They didn't need to think to know that it was a head. Being brought here by Zhang Feng, who else could it be but Tang Hao's head of the Tang family? Qian Tong sighed and looked at Zhang Feng's back as he left. What should come will come in the end. Chapter 1400. To put it bluntly, the backyard of the Qian family was just a small farmyard. There were 3 thatched cottages. Although the thatched cottages were incompatible with the splendor of the front yard, the interior was quite comfortable and elegant. The old lady sat on the bed and kept telling Zhang Feng about Qian Wanli's childhood, as well as listening to Zhang Feng's anecdotes about the academy on the mountain. Zhang Feng even personally made a dessert for the old lady. This time, the old lady was so happy that she kissed Zhang Feng's face again and again. After a while, the old lady said, Wan Li,
Why do I feel that you have something on your mind? Zhang Feng was shocked and hurriedly said, Grandma, I don't.
You can't hide it from me. Besides, you are a little different today, but I can't tell what is different. Maybe you are thinking about the teacher and students in the front yard?
The old lady sighed with some annoyance and said, That's right.
How can an old lady like me let you accompany me all the time? It is more important for you to accompany the guests. In the future, come back to see me more often. By the way, this dessert, when did you learn how to make it?
Zhang Feng was shocked when he heard this. He didn't think about this matter, so he had to talk nonsense. Grandma, this is what the dean made for me when I was on the mountain.
I memorized it and made it for the first time today.
Hee, my grandson has made a name for himself.
Later, I will find a marriage for you. She is from my family.
I heard that although she is only 15 years old, she is not much worse than the concubines in the palace. I also heard from your great-aunt a few days ago that there were officials who came several times and wanted your cousin to go to the palace.
But I stopped them.
The old lady said excitedly, How can I give such a good granddaughter-in-law to others? We are all family, of course we have to. Grandma!
Zhang Feng was ashamed, and he felt even more uncomfortable in his heart.
He hurriedly interrupted the old lady. Grandma, the teacher said that a man should put his studies first. The dean also said that 3 years later, I will definitely be a jinshi. That's why your grandson wants to wait until we've brought glory to our family before sitting down and waiting. When the old lady heard this, her eyes narrowed into slits. After a while, under the old lady's guidance, Zhang Feng pried open a loose stone. The old lady fumbled around and took out a palm-sized wooden box. She carefully opened it and said, Wanli, this thing is a keepsake from when your grandfather and I first met when we were young.
Rumor has it that it's an antique that has been passed down for hundreds of years. It's also a family heirloom of our Chen family. You also know what your father does, so I've never been willing to take it out. I've been thinking of giving it to you when you become successful and get married. But after hearing what you said, Grandma's memory is getting worse day by day. So, Grandma wants to give it to you now. I'm just afraid that we won't be able to wait for that day.
That would be troublesome. This was an antique. Although Zhang Feng didn't know much about jade, this piece of jade that was as white as sugar and as transparent as glass was still shocking. This was definitely an antique, but the guilt in his heart was even more indescribable.
Grandma, are you confused again? You're in such good health. You'll definitely wait until your grandson gets married. Moreover, your grandson wants you to hold your great-grandson.
Really? The old lady smiled even more kindly.
She grabbed Zhang Feng's hand and leaned on Zhang Feng's cheek. She talked about Qian Wanli's childhood until the old lady fell into a deep sleep. Seeing this, Zhang Feng heaved a deep sigh of relief. He put the jade in the old lady's hand and covered her with a quilt. Then, he walked out of the room quietly. He looked at the farm tools in the yard. Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. Today, he wanted to avenge Qian Wanli. Although it was said to be impulsive, this was what he wanted to do. He wanted to tell the world that he, Zhang Feng's people, even if the heavenly King Lao Tzu came, he couldn't touch them. He really didn't dare to bear this kind of life and death parting. Leaning against a stone roller, Zhang Feng lit a cigarette and pondered. And at this moment, suddenly, a stone was thrown from a thatched cottage towards Zhang Feng. However, it didn't hit him. Instead, it fell beside Zhang Feng's feet. But this time, it scared Zhang Feng half to death. He hurriedly took out the tri-edge bayonet and was on guard. He remembered. The entire Qian mansion, as well as the surroundings of the Qian mansion, should have been sorted out by old Ma and the others. What was this situation? Could it be? Was there an assassin hiding in this place? Zhang Feng didn't dare to talk nonsense, but he also didn't dare to make a move. He didn't practice martial arts. At this time, he was already in a panic. But it was to the extent that Zhang Feng didn't have an instinctive reaction. He also wanted to see who could avoid the detection of old Ma and the others. Zhang Feng waited for a moment. He only heard some rustling sounds, but he didn't feel any danger. Then, he gathered his courage and slowly stood up to look at the place where the sound came from. However, when Zhang Feng stood up, instantly, he was dumbfounded by the scene that he saw. Almost at the same time, Zhang Feng and the person opposite him asked in unison, "Who are you?" Chapter 14:01.
Not far in front of Zhang Feng, next to the sheep shed, a young man in tattered clothes was weaving straw sandals. It seemed like it was his first time seeing a stranger and he was a little scared. The young man looked similar to Chen Wanli, but he looked a little silly. This made Zhang Feng a little confused. What was going on? Zhang Feng asked carefully. Who are you? The young man saw the strange thing in Zhang Feng's hand and bit his finger suspiciously. Are you a bad person? Zhang Feng was stunned. I'm not. The young man nodded and continued weaving straw sandals. Zhang Feng gathered his courage and approached the young man, but the young man didn't mind. Zhang Feng sat beside the young man and watched him weave straw sandals. He asked curiously, Everyone went to the front yard, why are you here? Grandma said that I should live here. The people in front are too fierce and always like to bully me. It's good here. With Grandma here, I can eat my fill. Zhang Feng asked curiously, What's your name? My name is String. String? Zhang Feng was a little confused. He asked suspiciously, Your surname is Chen? You even know this? Did Chen tell you? Right, I just heard from Grandma that Chen is bringing his teacher to the mansion today. Are you Chen teacher? Zhang Feng was a little confused. You said. Chen Wanli is called Chen. The young man nodded and said, Yes, but Chen hasn't been called this name for a long time. Grandma told me. Chen Tong. Chen. What kind of name is this? What kind of name is this? It's really a weirdo. The name Chen aroused Zhang Feng's interest. He asked, Chen are you Chen Wanli's little brother? But why haven't I heard him mention it before? When Chen Xiang heard this, she stomped her legs on the ground in grievance and said, I had always been outside with Mother. 2 years ago, Father sent someone to bring me back and said that Mother went somewhere else. But Father couldn't lie to me. Mother had always been lying there. She couldn't bear to eat the food I gave her. Zhang Feng's eyes stung. He chatted with Chen Xiang in detail. Only then did he understand everything about this kid. Chen Xian was the child Chen Tong had with a woman from Tongzhou when he was out doing business. But he had always been opposed by his family, especially by Chen Tong's sisters. It was also because of that incident that Zhang Feng had almost no contact with his sisters. And this time, Zhang Feng could basically imagine that it was all for the sake of money. The heavens would not give a person a surname for nothing. This was also the reason why the Chen family loved money so much. On one hand, it was because of the county baron title. On the other hand, the most important thing was that Zhang Feng had heard it before he entered the door. It was all to get benefits from him. As for Chen Xianer's mother, before she fell seriously ill, she sent a message to Chen Tong. But by the time Chen Tong arrived, Chen Xianer's mother had already been dead for a long time. There was nothing he could do. In addition, Chen Xianer's mother had been careful. She had asked a merchant in Chong, and who knew Chen Tong to pass the message. If Chen Tong didn't go, then Chen Tong would definitely bear the infamy of being ungrateful and abandoning his wife and child. So Chen Tong had no choice but to take Chen Xianer back to the house. If it weren't for Chen Xianer's mental retardation, the old lady would have definitely added him to the family tree. However, this child was born somewhat mentally retarded, and even the soft-hearted old lady had a headache. Let him go. This was the Chen house, and the Chen family was considered a famous family in Chong'an. Moreover, those children always bullied him. Even the servants liked to bully him. With no other choice, Chen Xian moved to the old lady's house and relied on her for survival. This courtyard originally didn't have any sheep, but Chen Xian desperately wanted this sheep, so Chen Tong got a sheep to accompany Chen Xian. Zhang Feng curiously asked, Xian what do you want a sheep for? Also, why are you making these straw sandals? Chen Xian mysteriously smiled and said, You don't know, right? Our sheep will be able to give birth to a litter of lambs in half a month, and 1 lamb can be sold for 10 strings of coins. If they grow up, 1 lamb can be sold for 30 strings of coins. Take a guess, if I raise a large flock of sheep, how much can I sell them for? Zhang Feng was a little surprised. He pointed at the straw sandals and asked, Then why are you making these straw sandals? To exchange for fodder. A lot of brothers don't have any shoes to wear. Moreover, last time when the sheep were in heat, I asked them to help me steal the sheep next door, so I have to help them. Besides, these sandals aren't for free.
They promised to cut grass for my sheep. A pair of sandals and a basket of grass. Isn't it worth it? Zhang Feng was shocked. He couldn't help but pinch his thigh. God, this joke of yours is really too big. This is a talent bestowed by the heavens. Is this the so-called, when the heavens close a door, they will open a window for you? Chapter 1402. In the eyes of the world, Chen Xiang was a bit of a fool. But this was all on the surface. This was because this child had been isolated from the world since he was a child. Coupled with the fact that he lacked fatherly love since he was a child, and in this era, this kind of child was the most despised by the world. Because he was casual, he closed himself off. What he showed was not because he ate something, but because he was mentally immature. If such a person was properly trained, in less than 10 years, he would definitely be a blockbuster to the world. Because he longed for recognition and love. In later society, this kind of personality was called autism. What Chen Xian had unintentionally displayed in front of Chen Tong was simply to gain Chen Tong's approval. After all, his father was a person who played with money. This was the best way to get Chen Tong's approval, but Chen Tong seemed to have labeled Chen Xiang as a fool from the beginning. So, thinking of this, Zhang Feng subconsciously asked, Xiang let me ask you something. Chen Xiang asked indifferently, is it about Guan No, let me ask you, if you had 3 white sheep, how much could you sell them for? Chen Xiang looked at Zhang Feng suspiciously and asked, if I had 300 sheep, why would I sell them? Zhang Feng was stunned. He asked, I'm just asking, tell me, what do you think? Chen Xiang heard this and said, if it was me, I would only choose the best and strongest sheep among these 300 sheep. Even if there were only 50 sheep, I would still have 300 sheep next year. As for the remaining 250 sheep, I would sell their sheepskin to the Hu merchants. I heard my mother say that a sheepskin sold for 20 copper coins. When the time comes, I will rent a butcher shop in Chang'an. I will sell 1 jin of meat for 5 copper coins. Even if there is only 30 jin of meat in a lamb, I can sell it for 150 copper coins. If there are 250 sheep, I can sell them for 37,000 copper coins. Including the bones and offal, I can sell the lamb for 40,000 copper coins, which is 40 taels of silver. If 1 piece of sheepskin is worth 20 copper coins, 250 pieces of sheepskin can be sold for 5,000 copper coins. And this is only in Chang'an. If I were to go to the Tufan Turks, the price would be even higher. When talking about this, Chen Xiang was abnormally excited. It was as if at this time, in front of him was not a field of grass, but a field of silver coins. This made Zhang Feng even more curious and asked, Xiang who did you learn this from before? Chen Chuan looked at Zhang Feng suspiciously and said, do we still need to learn this? This time, Zhang Feng was stumped. At this time, Zhang Feng wished that he could drag Li Gan and the other idiots here and let them see what kind of prodigy this was. Compared to Chen Xiang what the hell was Li Gan? What the hell was Du Debing? Those were all trash. This was simply a natural-born fortune-teller, and a natural-born merchant god. After losing Chen Wanli, Zhang Feng felt very guilty. This was because as a brother, he had always wanted to help the Chen family, but he could not find a way. But now, seeing Chen Xiang like this, Zhang Feng could not help but have a bold idea. Xiang, don't you want to go somewhere with me first? There are many brothers at my place, and there are many delicious and fun things. No. Chen Xiang shook his head and rejected Zhang Feng without thinking. This was somewhat unexpected to Zhang Feng. Prince Zhang. President Zhang. At this time, Chen Tong's low voice sounded at the door of the small courtyard. It interrupted Zhang Feng's thoughts. Zhang Feng shook his head helplessly and glanced at Chen Xiang. The moment Chen Xiang heard this voice, his eyes flashed with excitement, but a moment later, it dimmed down. Zhang Feng's heart ached. Don't you want to see your father? Chen Xiang shook his head fiercely. Father said that I'm not allowed to go out of the courtyard. After saying that, Chen Xiang lowered his head in grievance, not daring to look at Zhang Feng. Seeing this, Zhang Feng shook his head, stood up, and walked towards the courtyard door. As soon as he saw Zhang Feng, Chen Tong was instantly relieved. But when he saw Zhang Feng coming from that direction, he could not help but worry. President Zhang, how could you stoop to such a desolate place?
This old man was rude.
Uncle, what are you doing?
Zhang Feng hurriedly helped Qian Tong up. As the two walked towards the front yard, they discussed the next steps. Zhang Feng said, Uncle, the matter of Wan Li is still my academy's fault. I also heard that the Ministry of Justice will send some of the Tang family's wealth to you soon. After the Ministry of Justice checks the properties of the 4 families, someone will send them to you, but... While speaking, the two paused. Zhang Feng said, the academy is, after all, just the academy. I don't want to take care of other things right now.
I'll leave them to Lao Li and the others.
When the time comes, I'll send someone to personally talk about the future of the white paper business. I've decided before Wan Li's business will still be handled by your Qian family.
President Zhang.
Qian Tong knelt down in front of Zhang Feng and sighed. President Zhang, my Qian family is unable to repay the kindness you have shown to my Qian family.
Now that Wan Li's revenge has been avenged and we've given you enough, if you continue to give this old man more, I'm afraid you'll remember it.
Zhang Feng helped Qian Tong up from the ground. Qian Tong was right. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai gave up. Fine, since Uncle says so, I'll drop the matter. But there's something I want to ask Uncle. Is that Qian Xianger in the backyard your young master? Qian Tong naturally knew that Zhang Feng and Qian Xiang had met for the new year and was shocked. I frightened Dean. My unfilial son was born stupid. I hope sir can forgive him. Zhang Feng said, No, I mean I want to accept him as my direct disciple. Chapter 1403. Qian Tong was stunned and hurriedly asked, Dean, what did you say? Zhang Feng patted Qian Tong on the shoulder and said, Giving a man a fish is not as good as teaching him to fish. I have been thinking about how to compensate you and brother Wan Li. Coupled with the fact that old madam is so good to me, I was deeply moved. Before seeing Qian Xianger, I really didn't know what to give you. But after seeing Qian Xianger, I made up my mind to accept Qian Xianger as my successor. What do you think? Qian Tong was stunned.
He hastily turned pale with fright and said, Sir Dean, I know that you are affectionate and loyal to my family's Wan Li.
You are a rare man who values affection and loyalty. If it weren't for you today, Wan Li's hatred wouldn't have been avenged. But now, Wan Li's hatred has been avenged. In addition, I now have a noble title. This old man is perfectly satisfied. How can I accept Sir Dean's kindness? If this were to spread, how would the world view me, Qian Tong? The world will say that I, Qian Tong, took the opportunity to extort Dean, and I will be despised by the world. Moreover, I know my son's temperament. He is so stupid if he were to follow Dean then. No, this absolutely cannot happen. It wasn't that he didn't want Qian Xianger to take over his mantle. After all, at this time, Qian Wanli, the only hope of the Qian family, was gone, and Qian Xianger was the only son of the Qian family. Qian Tong naturally hoped that Qian Xiang could achieve great things. However, Qian Xiang had suffered the pain of losing his mother in Tong province and had been ridiculed and ostracized since childhood. Under these two conditions, he had become completely stupid. Even the famous doctors in Chang'an City had no way to cure him. This was a brain disease. Moreover, how could Qian Xianger understand the ways of merchants? This was undoubtedly Zhang Feng trying to comfort him. Therefore, Qian Tong would never agree. If he agreed, then how would the world view his Qian clan? How would he, Qian Tong, face the people of Chang'an City in the future? When Zhang Feng saw this, he knew Qian Tong would say this, so he sighed and said, Martial uncle, don't worry, today is not the time to talk about this, but you also know that I have a lot of things to do, plus today's incident, I may not be able to leave the mountain for a long time. However, I also see the dispute in uncle's family today, and I sincerely want to help uncle, but money will only bring disaster to disaster uncle. As for Qian Xiang's words, I sincerely want to accept it. If you don't believe me, let's ask Qian Xiang's and have him calculate the accounts. Qian Tong, you know he's a. I previously believed that Wan Li would have a brilliant future in the field of merchants, but after seeing Qian Xianger, I'm even more certain that within 10 years, Qian Xiang will be unmatched in the art of merchants in my Great Tang. No, even in the borders of my Great Tang. How could Qian Tong have known that Zhang Feng would give Qian Xianger, a child he had almost forgotten, such a high evaluation? Now that he saw Zhang Feng again and saw how sincere he was, Qian Tong felt even more complicated. Looking into Zhang Feng's eyes, Qian Tong asked seriously, President Zhang, is what you said true? Zhang Feng pointed to the backyard and said, "Why don't Uncle Qian call Qian Xiang over? Let's go." Since Qian Wanli went to the academy, Qian Tong had basically never stopped inquiring about Zhang Feng. From Qian Wanli's mouth, Qian Tong learned that even Li Gan and Du Debing, the smartest people in the academy, had never received such a high evaluation from Zhang Feng. Before this, Qian Tong had wondered what kind of person Zhang Feng considered a genius. So today, when he learned that Zhang Feng actually had such a high evaluation of his stupid son, how could he believe it? The two hurried back to the small courtyard. Qian Xiang naturally noticed Qian Tong's arrival and hurriedly hid behind the sheep house, secretly watching the two. Seeing this, Qian Tong immediately shouted angrily, "Come out, come out!" Zhang Feng hurriedly stopped him. "Uncle, don't do this, you'll scare him." Qian Tong hurriedly said, "Dean, how could my son receive such treatment from you?" Zhang Feng ignored him and instead waved to Qian Xiang. "Xiang, come to Big Brother's side." Qian Xiang was still a little frightened and didn't dare to move. Seeing Qian Tong about to get angry again, Zhang Feng quickly squatted down and said, "Xiang, tell your father about the 300 sheep your big brother just told you about. Wait for Big Brother to take you to eat something delicious." "Something delicious?" Hearing this, Qian Xiang's eyes lit up, but after glancing at Qian Tong, he shrank back. Qian Tong said with some resentment, "The dean told you to speak, so just speak. Father won't scold you." Seeing this, Qian Xiang slowly let down her guard. She fearfully told Zhang Feng about what she had just said, as well as the plan that she hadn't finished talking about. This time, Qian Tong was dumbfounded. He seriously doubted that the timid boy standing next to him at this time was still his stupid son. After a long time, Zhang Feng asked, "Uncle, now you know Xiang's ability, right? But after all No buts. You should know that in addition to merchant skills and teaching, I, Zhang Feng, also know some medical skills. What's more, Divine Dr. Sun is also on my mountain. If you don't believe me, do you not believe in Divine Dr. Sun?" Chapter 1404. After Zhang Feng dealt with the affairs of the Qian mansion, then he hurried back to the academy with Qian Xiang, Ma Zhou and the others. The moment they went out, the gate of Chang'an City was locked. Looking at the brightly lit Chang'an City, Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, "Back to the mountain." Since they parted at the gate of the Tang mansion, he hadn't seen Li Chengqian, Cheng Chumo and the others. Zhang Feng also knew that although he had taken revenge today, the mess he left behind must be cleaned up by someone. So he didn't think much about it. Along the way, Gao Kan was on alert all over the city. No one knew where he got a sky piercer in his hand. Coupled with his horse and burly figure, he looked like a general. Behind Gao Kan, a group of people also followed Zhang Feng's carriage and went up the mountain. Although no one said a word along the way, everyone's eyes were rather strange. The reason was that ever since they left the Qian Manor, Zhang Feng's side was always followed by a timid, skinny and tanned young man. This boy looked a bit like Qian Wanli. But no matter how people asked, he seemed to be frightened. He clutched Zhang Feng's robe tightly and hid behind Zhang Feng without saying a word. And Zhang Feng didn't explain much. After all, it was useless to explain anything now. And Zhang Feng was also thinking hard about the next countermeasures and the way to go in the future. Such a big thing happened today, but the big hand behind the Tang family still didn't come out. Even the people of the Wang clan didn't have much reaction, let alone the big families behind the Bai family, the Gao family and the Mi family. It seemed that they didn't know anything about what happened today, and it had nothing to do with them. But the more it was like this, the more Zhang Feng felt that things were a bit tricky. At this time, no one came out to say a word of justice for the four families. What did it mean? It meant that they had already thought of all the consequences. That was to say, they had already thought of the countermeasures for all the consequences of what they did today. This was the scariest part. They had been planning from the beginning. What were they planning? Phosphate fertilizer? This thing was just an excuse to deceive the world. This thing was bound to be implemented in large quantities, and whoever dared to stop it would be defying the decree and becoming the enemy of all the people in the world. No one dared to do such a thing. Then, what were these people planning? This was what Zhang Feng didn't understand the most. It was said that this was the best time to deal with him. The reason why Zhang Feng dared to come to the Qian residence was because he wanted to use himself as bait to see if these people would take the bait. However, the result disappointed him. These people still didn't move. Then what exactly were they plotting? Medical skills? Steel smelting? Or was it his business path technique? The reason why Zhang Feng thought of the business skills was mainly because of Qian Wanli's death. If Qian Wanli wasn't dead, Zhang Feng wouldn't think too much. But Qian Wanli was dead. That meant that the key now was to find out whether Qian Wanli was killed by accident or deliberately set up. This was the breakthrough point. There was also the Mi family. Why would Granny Mi Ji let all the important people in the family die before he went? As long as someone confessed, the Mi family wouldn't die. But everything was buts. At this moment, it was like a huge mountain pressing down on Zhang Feng, making it hard for him to breathe. However, there was one thing that Zhang Feng knew. What he did today would definitely serve as a warning. Those who wanted to kill him or coveted Pyrolite Mountain would definitely not dare to come here again. The following dangers would definitely be more dangerous. This time, all his plans, from firearms to crossbows to composite bows to armor, had to be sped up. Zhang Feng also thought of an even more important point. That was the little idea he had in mind before. Now it was time to arrange it. That was to form a special battle team. When he thought of this, Zhang Feng lifted the curtain and was about to call Old Ma to ask him. But before he opened his mouth, he heard Old Ma say, "Dean, we've arrived at the academy." With this, Zhang Feng realized that they had unknowingly arrived at the entrance of White Deer College. At the entrance of the academy, Yu Shernan and the others were already holding lanterns and torches, waiting with all the students of the academy. The light of the torches lit up the entire Mount E red. Turning around, it was the same in the marketplace at the foot of the mountain. All the merchants, as well as the Hu merchants, seemed to spontaneously hold up their torches and stood on both sides of the dark road. At this moment, Zhang Feng slowly lifted the curtain of the carriage. When the crowd saw Zhang Feng, they heaved a long sigh of relief. "The Dean is back. Welcome back, Dean. Welcome back, Dean." Excited and loud roars exploded on Mount E like thunder. Even the soldiers guarding the city on the top floor of Chang'an City could faintly hear them. Chapter 1405. Reporting. Your Majesty, President Zhang and the others have safely returned to the academy. In the Imperial Study. Xiao Gizi's report instantly caused the stifling atmosphere in the Imperial Study to slowly recover some of its warmth. Li Shimon's cracked lips opened slightly. "Did you notice anything unusual along the way?" "Nothing at the moment. The branches of the big families in Chang'an and near Chang and are under constant surveillance by the Imperial Guards. There is nothing unusual with these people at the moment." "Leave." Li Shimon waved his hand. Xiao Gizi hurriedly left. After Xiao Gizi left, Li Shimon looked around and asked Chang Yaojin, Wei Zhang, and the others, "What time is it now?" "Your Majesty, it is now Su Shi." Li Shimon nodded and looked at Zhang Sun Wuji. "The Ministry of Justice, haven't you gotten anything out of the interrogation?" Zhang Sun Wuji's face tightened. "There is no news yet. Lord Li is personally in charge of the Ministry of Justice. I believe there should be no problems." Li Shimon heard and sighed. "Such a big thing happened to the four families, but you didn't know anything beforehand. You should be punished." Hearing this, Wei Zhang, Yu Qigong, and the others hurriedly got up and knelt. "We are guilty." Li Shimon continued, "Qian Wanli's matter is small, and this was an accident. But have you ever thought that the one who died today was not Qian Wanli, but us, or your children? What would you think?" Yu Qigong, Niu Jinda, and Cheng Yaojin were shocked and hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, it is our fault, we—" "Enough." Li Shimon waved his hand and said, "Let the Crown Prince in." Outside the Imperial Study, Li Chengqian and the others were all kneeling neatly. Hearing this, Li Chengqian's face changed, but he hurriedly bowed and entered the Imperial Study. Once inside, Li Shimon glanced at Li Chengqian and said, "I remember that the tea house in the East City is your property, right? Also, you have a group of spies in Chang'an City who are responsible for collecting information and spreading rumors. What do you think of this matter?" Li Chengqian's face changed instantly and he hurriedly said, "Father, I was careless. But I've been busy with the phosphate fertilizer on the mountain during this period of time and forgot about it. Please punish me, Father." "Wait. Go to the Ministry of Justice to receive your punishment." Li Shimon waved his hand. "What do you think of this matter? Did your people gather any useful information today?" "Yes. but they are all kneeling outside Taiji Palace. Announce it. As his voice fell, little Gizi hurriedly announced the decree. A moment later, more than 10 people of different ages and sizes appeared at the door of the imperial study, trembling. Looking at the people kneeling in the imperial study, they couldn't help but panic. Greetings, Your Majesty. More than 10 people knelt down as soon as they entered the door. Li Shimin waved his hand in annoyance. Xiao Gizi understood and said, "Tell His Majesty everything you found out today. Don't hide anything." How dare they hide it? The people kneeling outside the imperial study were people who could make the entire Tang dynasty tremble with a stomp of their feet. Who were they? How dare they hide anything? They didn't want to live anymore. Your Majesty, today in Chong and Wei. How could they dare to hide anything? He even told her what time he was going to shit, what time he was going to eat, and what he was going to eat. But there was nothing useful about the abnormality. This made Li Shimin's expression turn slightly cold. Your Majesty, when I came to the palace today, I saw a blacksmith shop that hadn't been open for a long time open today. Does this count? Li Shimin, who was already a little disappointed, heard this, and his eyes instantly lit up. He asked, "Which blacksmith shop are you talking about? Tell me the whole story." Seeing this, the man hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, earlier today, this lowly one ate fermented glutinous rice at the entrance of the blacksmith shop, but I didn't see anyone. However, when this lowly one passed by the blacksmith shop at the entrance of the gourd alley in Xinghua Square, this lowly one found that it was already open for business. Many people were inside organizing something, and there were also people carrying large amounts of ironware in and out of the shop. This shop originally belonged to a person surnamed Zhou, but I didn't see the shopkeeper today." Surnamed Zhou? Li Shimin frowned slightly. At this time, another spy hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, I know this blacksmith shop. My brother worked here for a short time before. I heard that the shopkeeper's wife seemed to be surnamed Wang, and I heard that the shopkeeper's wife's accent was from the direction of Taiyuan." Taiyuan accent. Surnamed Wang. The shop that hadn't opened for a long time actually opened. What did this mean? This meant that there was a big problem. Li Shimin waved his hand and said, "Send an order to thoroughly investigate this matter. There can be no mistakes." Hearing this, everyone hurriedly knelt down and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Chapter 1406. After everyone exited the imperial study, Li Shimin stopped Feng Xianling. After everyone had left, he walked to the bedchamber and asked, "Master Feng, do you know if there's any news from Mount Longsho?" "Well, Your Majesty, there's no news for the time being. Does Your Majesty suspect that the people who went to Mount Longsho have found the ore?" Li Shimin nodded. "That's possible. Otherwise, why would the Wang family choose this time to restore the iron mine?" Li Shimin stamped his feet and said, "Little Gizi, immediately send someone from the Minister of Internal Affairs to ask if the iron mine in Chong and has been restored, and if there's still coal." "Yes, Your Majesty." Li Shimin didn't leave. Instead, he called Wei Zhang and the others back to the imperial study. As soon as they entered, Li Shimin asked, "Yu Qigong, did the people you sent to Mount Longsho have any news?" "No." Yu Qigong shook his head and said, "But we haven't returned home for the time being. Does Your Majesty think that the iron mine on Mount Longsho has been found?" Li Shimin nodded. "That's right. Otherwise, there really isn't such a coincidence in this world. You all just heard that the Wang family actually reopened the ironware shop that had been closed for half a month. Moreover, it wasn't as good as yesterday, not tomorrow. Why must it be today?" With this question, Yu Qigong and the others instantly sensed the problem. Why today? Why not tomorrow? Was it a coincidence? Or was it premeditated? In an instant, the imperial study fell into silence once again. Groups of palace maids were trembling in fear as they poured sweet tea for the few of them. Occasionally, they would bring in boxes of cigarettes. The imperial study was once again shrouded in fog. Chung Chumo and the others escaped from the palace as if they were running for their lives. After they left the palace gate, they breathed a deep sigh of relief. Just now, they had knelt for more than 2 hours and almost lost their knees. But in the end, they didn't know if the emperor forgot or what, but he didn't punish them. It would be strange if they didn't run. Once they left the palace, they couldn't help but be stunned. After looking at each other, Wei Shuyu asked, "Are we going back to the mountain or going home separately?"
This. Why don't we go back to the mountain? Right now, none of our family members have left the palace. Who knows what happened? If we don't run now, we will inevitably become a punching bag when we return. Cheng Chimo agreed. Yes, yes, yes. Although the insect's words are a bit harsh, it makes sense. Besides, Fengzi made such a big noise at the foot of the mountain today, so he must be very angry now. If we go up and accompany Fengzi, we will be disobeying the emperor's order. Everyone basically hit it off, and then hurriedly rushed out of the city. Other people might not be able to leave the city at this time, but who were they? They were the sons of the Duke and had the Academy's token to enter and exit the city. As long as they had the token, they would turn a blind eye and let them out of the city as long as there were no major incidents. The moment they hit it off and hurriedly ran away, a team of Jinwu guards in golden armor rushed out of the palace. Then they scattered and rushed to the mansions of the Duke. Teams of Imperial guards shuttling between Chang'an City and the Imperial City were still like hawks shuttling back and forth in Chang'an City. This kind of thing didn't stop until it was almost midnight. But just as the clock was about to ring, the clock was ticking. At the Tunghua Gate of Chang'an, a rider holding a torch galloped over. When the guard on the city gate was about to speak, the rider on the horse shouted, "Open the gate quickly. Good news, good news." On the mountain, in Zhang Feng's villa, Zhang Yuyao and Jing Shu stopped crying when Zhang Feng came back, and then went to the room on the second floor. In the living room on the first floor. At this time, a group of big shots on the mountain gathered together. Although the old village chief and he had already explained the matter clearly, Scholar Lai and the others still asked Zhang Feng to explain the matter again. Everyone furrowed their brows and slowly walked away. But when they reached the door, Scholar Lai noticed Qian Xiang, huddled in the corner of the door and asked, "Fengzi, this is..." His name is Qian Xiang, Qian Wanli's half-brother. "Xiang, come and greet your teacher." Zhang Feng hurriedly introduced. However, everyone was also stunned by this name. It took them a long time to react, but when they saw Qian Xiang's timid expression, they thought that he was frightened today. Moreover, they were too lazy to ask about the person Zhang Feng brought back. After all, this mountain belonged to Zhang Feng. How could they ask about it? They were too lazy to ask. After such a big thing happened today, they had been tense and wanted to rest early. After all, the results would only be out tomorrow. After the few of them left, Zhang Feng immediately called Old Ma in and asked seriously, "Old Ma, you saw what happened today. I want to get a special force. Go back and pick a few smart people for me." Old Ma was stunned and asked, "What soldiers are you talking about? You want to raise a private army?" No, it's a special force. It's similar to the security guards on the mountain. But they're just there to learn the new military tactics and fighting methods that I came up with. But the prerequisite is that they have to be young. Chapter 1407. It was not the first time that Zhang Feng had such an idea. He had had such an idea a long time ago, but because of some things, he had not decided until now. Until today, Zhang Feng was really sure. Today, the mastermind behind the scenes did not make a move, which meant that there would be a bigger move. This was what Zhang Feng was most worried about. After all, if this bastard really did something, it would be really troublesome. Zhang Feng was not afraid of trouble, but he was also afraid of being annoyed. Instead of waiting for others to come, why not take the initiative himself, Zhang Feng? Take the initiative to lure the mastermind out? However, Old Ma did not know this, nor did he know the meaning of special forces. He quickly asked, "Dean, what do you mean by special forces? What's the use of it?" Zhang Feng knew that Old Ma would ask this, so he said, "In fact, special forces are also a kind of soldier. This kind of soldier actually has the ability to fight together and has quick reaction. However, in the case of an individual soldier, they can also complete a 1,000-mile raid alone or scout the enemy camp at night. This kind of soldier has very strict requirements for the soldier's physical fitness and endurance. As for tactics and fighting, I don't know much about these, so I'll have to rely on you. However, it's best to have some foundation." This. Old Ma was instantly in a dilemma. "Dean, these people you mentioned can be found in the military camp, but if you look for retired veterans, it's really based on the current manpower in the academy and the public house, we can gather at most 30 people. However, if you look for people who were screened out by the military due to some things, this is not a problem. However, Don't get your hopes up. It's not easy to find such people. Zhang Feng raised his eyebrows and asked, Are there very few people like this? Not very few, but none at all. Most of the people who came out of the military, as long as they are good and not disabled, have gone to those rich businessmen's houses to guard the house. How many of the remaining people do you think are good enough? Zhang Feng had really forgotten about this. Although ordinary people hated military personnel, to the rich and influential families, such people were the most suitable to be guards. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng suddenly thought of old Niu. Didn't this batch of people instigate a few hundred guards and servants when they were in Lontian? Presumably, the people who were chosen by them were all experts, right? Moreover, he had promised Chen Tiniu and the others that he would forge the 4 of them. Now it seemed that it was time. Old Ma, let's not consider your men for now. Let me ask you, what do you think of Iron Bull, Idiot Wei, Sun Chong, the Yu Baolin brothers, and Gao Can? Speaking of which, Old Ma also remembered these little fellows. His eyes couldn't help but light up as he said, If these fellows were in the army, they would definitely be fierce generals. Could it be that you want to? Zhang Feng nodded. Old Ma's expression changed instantly. He asked suspiciously, Dean, you really don't know Tai Niu's identity? Zhang Feng was stunned and asked, What other identities do they have? When Old Ma saw Zhang Feng's expression, he instantly knew that Zhang Feng still didn't know the real identity of Chen Tiniu and the others. This was easy to handle. If Zhang Feng really knew their identity, then Zhang Feng's arrangement would be problematic. After all, these fellows' fathers, except for Gao Can, were all high dukes. Letting them do this at this time? If the dean hadn't discussed this with the high dukes in advance, then it would be strange. In fact, in the Chang'an military camp, Zhang Feng had already known about the training method that he had come up with. Not to mention training, just hearing about it made his scalp tingle. Carrying dozens of kilograms of stones on their backs every day, they couldn't even sleep well. This was simply the devil's training method. In the Chang'an military camp, there were at least 50,000 soldiers stationed there. Those who could stay in the Chang'an military camp were basically the elites of the elites. However, there were not even 5,000 people who could pass the training method so far. From this, one could see how terrifying it was. But once they got through this level, it was really like what Zhang Feng had said. It was not a problem for them to be able to fight 10 people at once. Besides, they were not given any tools or food, not even a fire starter, and were asked to fight with the beasts in the Qinling Mountains for 10 days. The person who could come up with such a training manual was either crazy or a god. At first, old Ma Huanzi had lamented that this thing had been created by that perverted general. However, when he found out that this thing had been created by Zhang Feng, he was completely dumbfounded. With Zhang Feng's weak body, how could he come up with such a thing? Now, when Zhang Feng said this, he suddenly understood that this thing was really made by the dean. Was it just for this moment? Old Ma was dizzy listening to this. His mind was still thinking about this matter. After talking for a long time, Zhang Feng found that Old Ma was in a daze. He couldn't help but ask, Old Ma? Old Ma? Hey, Old Ma, do you want a wife or not? After hearing the word wife, Old Ma finally reacted. Zhang Feng rubbed his head and said, You go down the mountain tomorrow morning. Call Jia Daoren up. Those guys are naughty. The 2 of you will be responsible for their training from now on. Also, find those guys for me tomorrow morning. Seeing that Zhang Feng really intended to train Qing Chumo and the other young dukes, and that he would train them in the future, Old Ma was so scared that his legs went soft. He hurriedly said, Okay. Chapter 1408. Early the next morning, Old Ma hurried down the mountain. Last night, he thought about it all night. Let's not talk about Wei Shuyu. Wei Shuyu was Prime Minister Wei's son. Although Prime Minister Wei gave people the impression that he was unapproachable, he rarely came to the mountain. This was easy to handle. Lord Zhang's son was also fine. But the most uncomfortable were the 2 young masters of the Yuqi family and the son of General Cheng. Damn it, they were all famous bastards. Asking him to train them? Wasn't that courting death? Would they be able to endure such hardships? But Zhang Feng had given the order, so he had no choice but to do it. Therefore, Old Ma thought about it for a whole night. When the sky was still dark, Old Ma found all his old buddies and told them about it. When they heard it, their heads instantly exploded. Asking them,
a group of nameless soldiers, to train Commandant Chung? This was not courting death. This was courting death. But they couldn't refuse. In the end, everyone slapped their thighs and agreed that they had to go to the military camp and ask one of the generals first. After all, it was extremely difficult for them to find a few dukes. But the military camp was different. This was General Cheng's territory. Even if they couldn't find him, as long as they found his personal guards, it would be fine. As long as they passed the message, as for the consequences, they could completely push it to General Cheng. Not only would they not have any responsibility, after all, Cheng Chumo made a scene at the training ground. That was the civilization and the military. It was also because of this matter that Cheng Chumo and the others were transferred out of the military by the emperor. In the military camp. Although the sky was still dark, groups of men were roaring and running around Shao Mountain crazily. What was even more frightening was that everyone's arrowheads, necks, calves, waists, and backs were tied with a large bag of bulging things. No one knew whether they were filled with stones or sand. But no matter which one it was extremely terrifying to Old Ma, who was staring blankly at them. And in Old Ma's eyes, this group of lunatics was shouting without blushing or panting, as if it was an ordinary thing. This made Old Ma feel terrified. Stop! The military camp is an important place. No one is allowed to enter. At this moment, an angry roar sounded. At the next moment, a general wearing radiant armor and riding a large horse came before the old horse. Old Ma hastily took out his identity card and said, "I have been ordered to look for the generals." "What is it?" "The dean wants a few disciples to participate in the training of the new art of war. I'm here to ask." The general had just asked casually. He hadn't expected Old Ma to say anything. However, he was taken aback by Old Ma's words. "Are you saying that Zhang Feng wants to train his disciples?" "No, it's Iron Bull. It's Tai Nyo and the others," Old Ma hurriedly explained. The general's expression froze when he heard this. He pulled on the reins and asked, "Are you talking about Commandant Tai Nyo?" Seeing Old Ma nod, the general was shocked. He hurriedly led Old Ma into the commander's tent. The commander's tent was actually a house. In the front hall of a spacious house, there was a sand table of the entire Chong'an and the surrounding mountains. Behind the sand table was a large screen. On the screen was a map, but it had long been drawn with ink marks. There were old and new ones. When the two of them passed through the front hall of the commander's tent, they heard a rhythmic coughing sound. Old Ma found this rather novel, but the general didn't seem to find it strange. He led Old Ma into the rear of the tent. "General, someone is coming from the mountain." Yu Qigong had been reading a military report with a frown. When he heard this, he hurriedly put it away. However, when he looked up and saw Old Ma, he asked in surprise, "What is it?" Old Ma didn't dare hesitate. This was General Yuchi, one of the 4 war gods. He hurriedly said, "General, the dean wants to find some people. He says he wants to train these people individually." Yu Qigong didn't mind. "Pass down the order. Pick a few good seedlings from the army and send them to the mountain." Seeing this, Old Ma quickly interrupted Yu Qigong and said, "General, the dean wants to train Commandant Cheng and the others." "HM?" Yu Qigong was surprised. He looked at Old Ma in surprise. When did this happen? When did he say anything about this? Old Ma hurriedly told him everything. The more he spoke, the more agitated Yu Qigong became. Of course, the cigarettes in his hand also changed one after another. His coughing became more and more severe. It wasn't clear whether it was because he was agitated or because he was choking on the smoke in the room, but Old Ma's throat felt like it was on fire. Old Ma couldn't help but feel impressed by Yu Qigong. No wonder he was called the war god. Just this boldness, this ferocity of smoking, this throat and eyes. Could it be that they were all made of iron? What the hell? He deserved to be called the war god. Yu Qigong wasn't thinking about anything else. Instead, he thought about something Zhang Feng had said a long time ago. He vaguely remembered that Zhang Feng had said that he wanted to train Cheng Chumo to become a heavy cavalryman and Zhang Sun to become the strongest light cavalryman. At this moment, he was looking at the situation. Yu Qigong couldn't help but slam the table. "It's done. Ha ha ha, Old Black. Fengzi has finally thought it through." Chapter 1409. Old Ma naturally knew that Yu Qigong's words weren't meant for him. However, when he saw how happy Yuchi Gong was, he couldn't help but congratulate him excitedly. "Congratulations, General! Congratulations!" Yuchi Gong laughed heartily when he heard this. Then, he waved his hands and said, "Don't be in such a hurry to flatter Lao Tzu. Is Fengzi going to let you train them this time?" Old Ma froze for a moment before he hurriedly said, "What the principal means is that I will accompany them in their training. The rest will be personally trained by the principal." "All right." Lao Tzu knew that Fengzi would make this move. Yuchi Gong stood up and paced back and forth in the commander's tent. After a while he told the guard, "Hurry up and invite General Cheng and Niu Jijia over. Tell them about this matter." He had no choice but to be happy. His two sons would be together. Although he didn't know how Fengzi would train his two sons, compared to Old Black and Old Niu, he would wake up smiling even in his dreams. If the cow saw that the tiger's leg was broken, it naturally wouldn't be able to do anything. All it could do was watch helplessly. How could Cheng Chumo compare to his two darlings? Compete in strength? His second son could lift a millstone with one hand. What could Cheng Chumo do? All these years, he had already been *king stripped of his virginity by those little girls. Those two brats were the best. Although his upbringing was stricter and he was more obedient, he still had some strength. When the time came, as long as the emperor gave his approval, the Yuchi family would still benefit the most from this matter. How could he not be excited? Their official positions had basically reached their limits. They wouldn't be able to get promoted any further. In any case, they were still most concerned about their sons and nephews. This was the real battlefield where they would fight. Which family's son would be able to accomplish something if he had a promising future? A small matter was enough for them to brag about for an entire year. So how could Yuchi Gong not be excited about such a big matter today? However, before he could get too excited, Cheng Yaojin and Niu Jinda rushed in with red eyes. As soon as they entered, they saw Yuchi Gong's annoying look. They glared at Old Ma and asked, "Lao Tzu has seen you before. In the Liangzhou military camp, your name is?" Replying to General Cheng, "I, Ma Xinliang, am the instructor of the new recruits of the Liangzhou military camp." Upon hearing this, Cheng Yaojin's expression instantly relaxed. He was really afraid that Yuchi Gong was trying to trick him. Seeing this, Cheng Yaojin narrowed his eyes and carefully sized up Ma Xinliang. "I heard that Fengzi wants to turn our son into some special forces soldier?" "Yes." Ma Xinliang stood as straight as a ramrod. He couldn't help it. This man was the military god who would beat up anyone who disagreed with him. Among the three of them, his temper was the most unpredictable. It would be strange if he wasn't afraid, even though he was no longer a member of the military. However, this was a fear that was engraved in his bones. Right now, he couldn't help but be afraid. Niu Jinda hadn't said a word from the start to the end. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, but that he was sullen. When he thought of his son lying at home, he was filled with anger. How could he be in the mood to speak? Now that such a good thing had happened, he could only watch helplessly. How could he feel comfortable? When he saw Yuchi Gong's smug face, Niu Jinda's heart turned cold. He wanted to kill someone. After Cheng Yaojin asked him about the details, Yuchi Gong stepped forward and patted Cheng Yaojin's shoulder smugly. "Old Hey, let's make a bet. Believe it or not, this special forces soldier, my son and I will definitely." "Fine, fine, fine. You're so cocky, okay? TSK. TSK. Lao Tzu only has one son. But didn't Fengzi say that he wanted 50 people? You want 50 people? Just these few people aren't enough. Isn't that clear enough?" When he heard this, Niu Jinda seemed to have grasped the main point. He hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "Ma Xinliang, let me ask you. Did Fengzi really say that he wanted 50 people? And he didn't allow people from the military to be used?" The dean wants you to decide for yourselves." Before he said this, he asked me to find some veterans. However, when he found out that Sean was better and had gone to guard the house, he asked me to find a few young dukes. When he heard this, Niu Jinda slapped his thigh and said, "Old Hey, old Yuchi, your sons are involved, but our son is still lying at home." When Cheng Yaojin and Yuchi Gong heard this, alarm bells went off in their hearts. They asked suspiciously, "What do you want?" "What I mean is very simple. I'll take all the remaining people. My Niu family only has one descendant. And this time, it's also because of the military training that your poor nephew broke his leg, so... Scram, don't talk about it. If you dare to talk about this again, we won't be brothers anymore. Yu Qigong and Chang Yaojin said almost at the same time. Ma Xinliang was so scared that his whole body trembled. He subconsciously slipped out of the door. However, he was stopped by Niu Jinda. This is what he said himself. Don't go back on your words. When my son broke his leg, the two of you were stingy and didn't give him anything. Instead, you secretly forced my son to drink. Don't think that I don't know. You promised to see the tiger and said that if there were any benefits in the future, you would all think about it. Fine. Now I don't want anything. I just want the remaining quota. Chang Yaojin grinned and said, You can dream a little better. Chapter 14:10. Niu Jinda was stunned. Instantly, his face twisted. Chang Yaojin, what do you mean by this? Back then, when you were in my manor, that child Jianhu was closer to you than to me when he was in Longyu. He poured tea for you and called you uncle. Now, you're starting to act shamelessly? Seeing Niu Jindar explode, Yu Qigong hurriedly comforted him. Old Niu, calm down. About this matter, I think Fengzi should have other arrangements for Jianhu. Can you just wait? You see, even if we agree, do you think those old things will agree? Chang Yaojin rolled his eyes and agreed. That's right. Think about what His Majesty is thinking. Think about it, Du Ruhui. Let's not talk about this. If you go to Zhang's son, do you think that old thing will agree? Think about it. Why don't you think about it? Although we all have children involved in this, not everyone can persevere in the special forces. My son might be pulled down in a few days. You also know that our children are all spoiled and pampered. Fengzi will definitely know about such an important matter. They don't see that kid who can endure hardships. So, let's put our children aside for a while and talk about these 50 people first. How about it? After all, no matter how good we say it here, it will be His Majesty who will make the decision. Don't you think so? In an instant, the atmosphere in the tent became tense. Ma Xinliang's legs and stomach were twitching. He wanted to leave, but at this time, his sleeves were torn by Niu Jinda. He didn't dare to speak or move. The cold sweat on his face couldn't stop flowing down. Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore. Ma Xinliang shouted bitterly, Generals, I still have to go find a few young dukes to quickly go up the mountain to report. This matter is still early. Can't you talk in private first? Hearing this, Yu Qigong hurriedly said, Old Niu, why are you pulling his clothes? After all, Fengzi has other arrangements. You. All of you shut up for Lao Tzu. Niu Jinda was furious. How could he not know that at this time, if Ma Xinliang went to find someone to go up the mountain, then his son would really be fine. Seeing this, Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin rolled their eyes and tried to persuade Niu Jinda, but Niu Jinda didn't listen to anything they said. Lao Tzu just wouldn't listen. The two of them couldn't help but get angry. Yu Qigong pointed at Niu Jinda's nose and said, Old Niu, do you have any shame? Just because your son can't go, you want to take up so many spots? What are you trying to do? What am I doing? Niu Jinda glanced at Lao Tzu and said, Since Fengzi wants to make this thing at this time, he must want to deal with that thing. Do you think Lao Tzu cares? Lao Tzu just thinks that my soldiers are all good. Look at your family, you. Without waiting for him to finish, Chang Yaojin said sourly, But I heard that when you went to look for a mine, most of your men died on Longzhou Mountain. How can you gather so many people at this time? Even if we have enough, the quality is still worrying. Seeing this, Yu Qigong hurriedly poured cold water on him and said, Yes, yes, yes. Look, both of us are doing this for your own good. You also said that Fengzi wants to train this thing this time because he wants to do that thing. That will cost him his life. Don't you want to keep people at home at this time? How could us old brothers watch this happen? So, you just stay calm and don't talk about this anymore. Bastard! Are you seriously ganging up to bully Lao Tzu? Niu Jinda angrily grabbed Chang Yaojin's beard. The pain made Chang Yaojin burst into tears. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Old Niu, are you King crazy? Hurry up and let go of Lao Tzu. Otherwise, when Lao Tzu gets angry, even I am scared. Come on. Lao Tzu is not afraid of you. Old Yuchi, are you done laughing? Why aren't you helping? Are you asking for a beating? F***CK. What are you trying to do? In the end, in the midst of a fierce battle, Ma Xinliang scurried out of the battle in a daze. He could only hear the earth-shattering sounds of fists hitting flesh, as well as the sounds of things shattering. In the next moment, within the entire camp, within a radius of 30 feet from this tent, not a single person could be found. Everyone ran away, leaving not a single trace behind. It seemed that this kind of thing happened frequently here. No one dared to be unlucky at this time. After Ma Xinliang calmed down a little, he hurriedly borrowed a horse and fiercely whipped the horse to gallop away. When the people in the tent heard the neigh of the horse, they also showed a rare pause. Then, the three of them hurriedly rushed out of the tent with their clothes disheveled. When they saw that Ma Xinliang had actually run away, the three of them were instantly shocked. They hurriedly got a warhorse and sped away while cursing and quarreling. It seemed that they were going to find the emperor to reason things out. After the three of them left, only then did the soldiers emerge from the sheepskin barracks with lingering fear. After ascertaining that the three of them had left, a few of the generals scolded loudly. "What are you all standing there for? Go do what you need to do." Chapter 14:11. In the palace. Li Shimin looked at the reports on the table about the blacksmiths that suddenly appeared in Chang, and these 2 days with a worried face. Since yesterday afternoon, the original 12 blacksmiths in Chang'an City had reopened one after another. What did this mean? It meant that they were instructed by one person. The person who instructed them was Wang Clan? It was possible that Wang Clan was involved. However, the premise was that the pair of hands behind him had not appeared. At this time, there was still no news from the iron ore on Mount Long's Ho. No one knew whether the iron ore had been found or not. If it had been found, why hadn't he received any news until now? It should be noted that it was already 9 o'clock today. There was still no news. Li Shimin couldn't help but feel a little upset. Because the pair of big hands showed him the 4 big families in Guangzhou who suddenly attacked yesterday and the forces behind them. These forces must know what happened yesterday. However, until now, he didn't see any abnormality in the people in the court, nor did he see any abnormality in the properties and secret sentries of these nobles in Chang'an. Did they really not know? Or did they do it on purpose? Or was it that these things were arranged in advance, and all this was a plot? In fact, there was nothing between the 4 big families in Guangzhou and these nobles. Just when Li Shimin was upset, little Gizi walked into the imperial study with a strange face, but Li Shimin didn't notice him at all. He was still rubbing his forehead and thinking about it. When little Gizi approached, Li Shimin noticed him and asked, "Little Gizi, tell me, does this have anything to do with those big families?" Little Gizi was stunned and hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, forgive me for not telling you. I let you tell me, so you tell me. I forgive you for everything." There were strict laws that forbade the imperial harem and eunuchs from participating in politics. If other ministers saw this, they would be impeached. Moreover, there were many people who coveted his position. Moreover, these people were basically people from those big clans. The reason was that they wanted to know the emperor's every movement at all times. In addition, yesterday's incident had not yet passed and was still causing a stir. At this time, there were definitely many people who were looking at the emperor's imperial study. At this time, if someone broke in, or if the eunuchs and palace maids heard it and spread the word, it would not be good for him. Therefore, little Gizi chose to play dumb. "Your Majesty, this servant thinks that this matter should be unrelated. Otherwise, these big clans would have come running here long ago." Hearing this, Li Shimin nodded. At this moment, Li Shimin seemed to have thought of something and asked, "What's the matter?" "Replying to your Majesty, General Yuqi, General Chang, and Neo Jijia have been making a ruckus all the way here." Li Shimin frowned and scolded with mild anger. "Aren't we in the military camp at this time? What were they doing in the palace? Go, let each of them go to the Ministry of Justice to receive their punishment and get them back." Hearing this, little Gizi twitched the corner of his mouth and said, "Your Majesty, I'm afraid that's not possible. Just now, I heard that Prince Zhang wants to do something and wants all the young dukes to participate in it. Neo Jijia has been quarreling all the way to the palace because of his son's broken leg." Li Shimin was stunned. But then a look of horror flashed across his eyes and he said, "Let the 3 of them get in here." After a while, 3 half-grown old men stood in front of Li Shimin angrily. However, at this time, these 3 generals, who were feared and revered by everyone, made Li Shimin have the impulse to beat them in public. The three men's clothes were disheveled and even damaged in many places. Her hairbun and hairband were nowhere to be seen on her face. Her messy hair fluttered with the wind at the door. Li Shimin could even see strands of fleas falling from their hair to the ground. Li Shimin was furious when he saw this. "Look at you. Where are your manners?" When the three of them heard this, none of them were willing to admit defeat. One after another, they told Li Shimin the whole story without missing a single word. Li Shimin was startled and asked, "Then do any of you know if Crown Prince and the others went up the mountain today?" When the three men heard this, they remembered the most important thing. Where was their son? After arguing for so long, they didn't seem to have seen their son since last night. When Cheng Yaojin heard this, he asked carefully, "Your Majesty, was the Crown Prince in the morning court today?" Li Shimin frowned slightly and said, "He was in the morning court."
Why are you asking this?
Cheng Yaojin and the other two men looked at each other strangely and said, "My son went up the mountain after hearing that he left the palace last night."
Mine too.
Mine seems to have disappeared last night. In an instant, how could the four men not know? They were so angry that their beards blew and their eyes widened. If there were people on the mountain, would Fengzi send people down the mountain to look for them? He must have gone to the brothel to spend the night again. Li Shimin waved his hand and said, "Leave them alone."
You have seen Zhang Feng's new Mitsubishi knife.
I just got the news that the iron mines and ironware shops in Chong are all open again.
At this time, Fengzi chose to do this. What does it mean?
It means that Fengzi wants to take the initiative to attack. Although Cheng Yaojin and the other two men knew it, they were still in an uproar at this time.
Seeing this, Li Shimin sighed speechlessly and took the lead to walk out.
When he reached the door of the imperial study, he said, "Accompany me to the mountain to ask Fengzi clearly."
Yes. Chapter 14:12.
Prince Zhang, have a cup of hot tea first.
In Zhang Feng's villa, Jing Shu looked at Zhang Feng quietly and handed him a cup of hot tea. Zhang Feng thanked her and put down the brush. He picked up the teacup and took a sip gently. The tea had been cold for a long time. Coupled with the tea leaves that Zhang Feng personally picked from the mountain, it was even more refreshing at this time.
Zhang Feng smacked his lips and said, "Good tea."
Jing Shu pursed her lips and smiled.
She pointed to the papers full of words in front of Zhang Feng and asked, "What are you doing?"
"I saw that you've been sitting for 4 hours. It's time to eat. Just a little bit more. It'll be done in a while."
Zhang Yuyao looked at the two of them from afar. She pouted and said with some jealousy, "It's already midnight.
Can't you do it after eating? You didn't even have breakfast." Zhang Feng smiled faintly. He got up and pulled Zhang Yuyao over. Then, he took Jingshu's hand and said, "This is very important. You all know about what happened yesterday, right? I've also thought about it clearly. I don't have any desires. I just want to follow my heart and live a rich life. Although it's a little tacky, this is my dream. The reason why I want to be an official is that only when I'm high enough can I have enough deterrence and power. When the time comes, we won't fight for it. After we settle down, we'll retire. Then, our family will stay in Mount Shao, grow vegetables, and teach students. Isn't such a good life?" Zhang Yuyao and Jing Shu took the opportunity to sit next to Zhang Feng and asked, "Aren't you doing it now? And it seems that it's not far away." Zhang Feng sighed and said, "Sigh. I want to live a quiet life without any desires, but the prerequisite is to earn enough money, influence, and reputation. But as you can see, I, Zhang Feng, really don't care about ordinary business. But it's also because of this that the things I made were a little rushed, and that's why there's a conflict." Zhang Feng smiled. "That's right. That's a good thing. Us sisters often hear people praising them." Zhang Yuyao asked doubtfully. Zhang Feng shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Wrong." Jing Shu asked in surprise. "Why?" Zhang Feng stood up and pressed on the two women's shoulders. "Actually, what I targeted before was the common people. From pork to improving the quality of the pig's meat, it was nothing more than wanting to make cheap meat affordable for the common people. This was actually all for the sake of outsiders. I, Zhang Feng, am not such a saint." Zhang Yuyao was stunned and asked, "What is the Holy Mother?" Zhang Feng smiled and said, "It's nothing." Jing Shu thought for a while and said, "You mean to help the world?" Zhang Feng nodded and said, "Almost, but I don't think so.
My thinking is very simple. I don't know who I told this to at the beginning, but I forgot. I just thought that when I go out one day, I can eat or use the things I make at any time. That's all. Zhang Feng pointed to the teacup in front of him and said, the things people eat in this era are basically cooked in a pot. Even tea is basically added in some random things. What is this? In my eyes, this is simply vulgar behavior. Of course, I'm just complaining in front of the two of you. Jingshu nodded and said, Prince Zhang's words are true. Previously, this little girl has even eaten the imperial banquet, the emperor's favorite national banquet dish, Hunyang Mohu. But compared to the delicious food that young master made now, it really tastes like chewing wax, not to mention such elegant and quiet tea. But, young master, what's with your medical skills? You said that this food is for the convenience of traveling in the future, and you can still eat such delicious food. Then, how do you explain your medical skills? Zhang Feng smiled and shook his head. Nothing can escape your eyes. Well, I'll make red braised pork for you to try tonight. I can guarantee that it's really delicious. When Zhang Yuyao heard this, her eyes instantly widened. She subconsciously glanced at the door and said, Prince Zhang, keep your voice down. If they hear you, it won't be peaceful again. Zhang Feng pinched Zhang Yuyao's nose, teasing Zhang Yuyao until her face turned red. Then he said, actually this medical skill, to put it bluntly, contains many things such as medical hygiene, physical hygiene and so on. I know that this has long been deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people, and it's difficult to change anything. But if you start with a doctor, it will be much easier. Look at the food on the street, those people's hands, and then look at the food. I really can't swallow it. They don't even know the principle of washing their hands before eating and after eating. And what's even more hateful is that after wiping their snot and wiping their buttocks, they put their hands into your bowl. Can you eat it? In an instant, Zhang Yuyao and Jingshu's faces turned pale. They repeatedly vomited and said, then according to what you said, in the future, we won't eat the food in the cafeteria on the mountain anymore. We'll cook our own food. Zhang Feng laughed and said, that's not necessary. I've already made a set of standard cafeteria for the people on the mountain, and there's also a special kind of gloves. So, I can't guarantee the hygiene of other places, but I can still guarantee the hygiene of my academy's cafeteria. At least it's acceptable. However, this can only be considered passable.